Brian Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan in college football. ESPN's Pete Thamel reports that Oregon receiver Tez Johnson's shoulder injury is not expected to be season-ending and will not require surgery. Number 1 Oregon gets Maryland at Autzen Stadium Saturday with a 4 p.m. kickoff. The Ducks' following game at Wisconsin just announced as a 4:30 p.m. kickoff. Week 9 in the NFL wraps up with the Chiefs hosting the Buccaneers on Monday Night Football. Receiver DeAndre Hopkins making his Chiefs debut. Kickoff at 5:15 on ESPN. Kansas City an 8.5-point favorite. Meanwhile, the Blazers in the Big Easy taking on the Pelicans for the third time this season. Tip-off at 6:30. Shaden Sharp and Matisse Thybulle still out for Portland, but Robert Williams is expected to play. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley, the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Tired of getting dinged by subscriptions? We won't send you a bill. Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
Hear this, right now.
Welcome.
Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
What is going on up here?
I never know, man.
Unbiased.
Shut your mouth.
Uncompromised sports talk without the sugarcoating.
I hope you're happy. You wasted everyone's life for 30 seconds.
Isaac Rupp and Jason Sukanik.
Now shut up and let me do my job.
The best in sports coverage.
This is gonna be great.
This is Primetime with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
Hey, what it do?
Ahoy!
What's up? Good Monday.
It is a good Monday.
What are you guys doing out there?
I participated in democracy today. I did that.
Yeah? Did you ballot?
As far as you know.
Got your ballot in?
I did.
Good.
Dropped it off. And
How many times?
Hopefully it doesn't get burned. Like half a dozen, But don't worry, I spread it out to all the different boxes, so one will be the wiser. I am fascinated on where they think like all these ballots are numbered and there's barcodes. Where do they think these are all coming from?
What?
Like that it's just so easy to fabricate ballots. I love that. It's like, wow, you need ID. Yeah, you kind of do. It's hard. It's why there's never really been mass election fraud. But anywho, signed my name and dropped it off and participated in the democracy of our fine land, even though I kind of know where my state's going. But the local stuff, that's the...
Well, if you don't get your way, you can always storm the Capitol.
Oh, don't worry.
Like you did last time.
Don't worry. I got plans. I got some time off in December, and maybe I just rolled out
I have concepts of a plan.
Yeah, I once got caught, and I don't remember what it was for. Something with the county or the state or the stupid government.
Yeah.
And I think I tried to forge my wife's signature.
I think you said you signed your wife's ballot or something.
Is that
like
what it
that.
was?
I vaguely remember this story from you.
I think that's right.
That's not a good idea.
Maybe it was a ballot.
You son of a bitch.
And it's like, well, she told me I could just do it for her or something like that.
Well, I figured, look, she's the one that voted.
Yeah.
I'm the one that has to go turn it in. I'll just sign it because I can sign it kind of like she does, in like girl handwriting.
Close enough.
And they caught me.
Yeah.
They caught me.
Busted.
Yeah.
So what?
Which
really?
Doesn't that give you?
How did they catch? Did you just do it in front of them? How'd they catch you?
No, they literally matched the.
Wow.
I would like to point out
signatures.
that for all the crap I get about my January 6th crowd, there's only one person here that's been busted with election fraud, and it's not me. It's you.
Yep. And
my God.
But I think it's good that they caught me because it means that the checks and balances are working.
My daughter took it. This is her first time voting. And so she took it super seriously. She was sitting down.
She voted hard.
She did. She voted hard. She was like the 10 of the fan poll questions. She was sitting down and she was reading through stuff and she was bouncing ideas off me. Even like the local stuff. She's like, Dad, what do you think about measure 317? I'm like, you're gonna need to be a little more specific on this one, honey. She's reading through, and I tried to give hey, this is what I kind of think is going on here. And there were a couple. I'm like, I have no idea. Couldn't tell you. And then she was bothered by some of them that were running unopposed. She's like, what if I don't like that person? I'm like, well, they're running unopposed, honey.
Well, you can put yourself in there.
You can do a little write-in. And then it's always fun to see how many people are running for president. Because, you only hear about I guess, I don't know about in Oregon, but RFK is on the Washington ballot.
Yeah?
Yeah, and then there's 6 others. I was like, oh.
RFK, your boy.
RFK was on there, the old Jill Steiner-Rudy, and then, I don't know, there were a couple others. I had no idea who the hell they were. Never heard of them.
I do a modicum amount of research because, they give you the ballot or the pamphlets,
Yeah.
With all the people's names and pictures.
Yeah, I try to give.
Yeah,
I
but
try to give
look,
a honest.
well,
Honest.
so do I. But look,
It's tough.
I'm not going deep. I mean,
No,
come on.
no.
If it's got two people for a seat that I don't care about,
Yeah.
and I don't know anything about those people, and I can't readily find it
Yeah.
out. I don't even vote. I leave it.
There were about 4 things on there that I kind of was looking into, and I was like, oh my God, because it involved like procedures and
Yeah.
like
Well, those are really confusing.
it was very confusing.
It's like vote yes if you think no means yes,
Yes.
but also yes means maybe.
One was like land management and like the process that you need to apply for land management. It was very confusing. And I'm not gonna lie, I did an any, mini, miny, mo, and we're gonna go with that one.
Yeah.
Other than that, I tried to take it. Seriously and participate in democracy.
Look, when you fill out a ballot, especially all the way down the ballot,
Yeah.
you realize, oh boy,
It's tough.
it's
And to the person
well
who's
because
running,
you think about you doing it, and
Yeah.
I kind of half-ass it. I mean, I vote for the big stuff, and I certainly was looking through the all of the city council people for my district, which is like 15 of them. It's like they should pay me money to
Yeah.
have to research all this. But I read through all of them, like okay, I power ranked them, like they want you to do. But then you think about if I'm even I'm a decent guy and I'm taking a little bit of time with this. How many people are seriously just freaking winging this?
Whatever.
And not really
Lots.
voting based on how they think or they're confused. It's just it makes you think the whole thing's a mess.
Well, I thought about if you're running for like comp controller or sanitation commissioner, like obviously like you're putting a lot of time and effort into running your campaign. But you got to wonder, of the several hundred thousands of people that are going to vote, how many of them actually know what they're voting for, or voting for you or against you? What sort of minor thing as the comp controller, are they going on your haircut? Are they going on, hey, I saw this, a sign? Is that literally an ad you saw on TV? How maddening must it be to put all that time and effort for an election, and you know that only like 10% of the people that are voting have any idea what they're voting for when it comes to your little specific area?
Yeah, I leave that one blank. What does a comptroller do?
I don't know. I think it has to do with money, but I'm
Ooh.
not certain.
Well, that's important.
Yeah, wow.
How much do they siphon off? Vote yes if
Yeah.
you'd like them to only siphon off 5%.
Well, like there was one, we were voting on the sheriff of Clark County, his salary, but then it was like an 8% raise, but then I was like, all right, it's 8% raise, but then it was like in conjecture, or it was like an 8% above another sheriff. It was like it wasn't the deputy sheriff. There was another weird term for a sheriff. Then I was like, wait, is it just 8% or is it 8% more than that? It got very confusing and I didn't know. So I was like, oh, go sheriff, I guess. I think an 8% raise is pretty nice. I don't know.
That's the best possible option is just not really know what you're voting for and just circle one.
Yeah.
You're filling one. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm sure it'll be great.
So somewhere there's a sheriff right now that may or may not be getting an 8% raise based on me and other people like me being confused.
That are like,
why didn't they just say, hey, he's getting an 8% raise? That part I got. And then there was like a whole paragraph below it that only made me more confused.
well, they do have pictures. Somebody said they need pictures of the candidates on the sheet. They do.
Yeah.
They have them on there.
Not on mine.
They didn't?
Well, no, not on the ballot, but on the pamphlet.
Oh,
Like
yeah, not on the sheet, but on the on the ballot, right.
Yeah.
But on the pamphlet, they have them in there.
By the way, a comp controller is a senior level executive who manages an organization's accounting and financial reporting. They're
Okay.
responsible for a variety of tasks.
So they can fudge all kinds of stuff.
Oh, absolutely.
Isn't
Yeah.
it comptroller or is it comp controller?
I think it's comp controller.
Is it?
I believe so.
I thought it was a comptroller.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I think I'm going to run for comp controller.
Yeah, I don't know.
What do
'cause
they
now,
do?
Now I see it here as
I think it's comp.
COMP
Yeah.
space controller, but then here it says a comptroller. So maybe it is one word.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I think it's one word. I just don't know how it's pronounced.
Mm,
This is how dumb we are.
I don't know. Some sort of management position and that person.
Well, everybody get out there and vote. It's almost over.
Yes.
One sleep until we don't have to
Oh, I beg.
see any more of the ads.
Yeah, there's no more ads, but this thing ain't gonna be over tomorrow. I guarantee that. It's gonna
Yeah, but the ads are
it's-
just
it's gonna
so
the phone.
nauseating. Oh my God.
I get the ones on my phone are just they're unbelievable. And then I keep like saying delete junk. Although I will say
it
this.
doesn't matter.
Ours are kind of lame. I watch a lot of all the TV that I get is it's from like a streaming box, and so like when I'm watching like if I'm watching the World Series on Fox, I can pick what Fox station I'm watching. So they give me like 4 options. So I get like Fox Los Angeles, I can get Fox like Indianapolis, Fox, somewhere in the East. And so when I'm watching these, it's never local. And so I'm seeing all these different ads, and I'm telling you, man, the ads down south are way better. Dude, they are bananas. They got people out there like in cowboy hats and they're shooting things. There was one I saw, I don't remember where it's from, but a guy in the South, he literally shot a ballot box and it blew up. I'm not sure why it blew up. But he's like, this is what I think of like mail-in ballots. And then he turns and he shoots it with a shotgun, and then the thing explodes. And then he turns and he's like, Joe something or other for, United States Congress. I'm like, holy hell, they are so aggressive. We're a bunch of snowflakes up here with our ads.
You know what I think they should do? And that's interesting. I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah, they're way worse.
I mean, they're bad here, too. Like, they're so, I don't know. I think they should make a rule where you can't even talk about your, the person you're running
The
against.
opponent.
No, stop with this, because nobody
The
really
smear
knows.
campaigns? You're not a
Yes.
fan of the smear campaigns?
Well, it's just nobody really knows what's true and what isn't, and they all lie, right? So you're not going to lie about, well, maybe you are going to lie about your own platform, but to me, the ads would be more palatable if they just none of it smear. It's like, hey, I'm Marie Perez. This is what I stand for. Okay, thank you. Because I'm guessing she's not lying about that.
But instead
right?
you get the one that's like, this person wants to see boys playing girls' sports.
Yeah.
And you're like, I bet that's not the case.
Then
but
one of
like,
them,
sure.
they have an angry high school volleyball player or something
Yep.
yelling at me.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, that poor girl. She has no clue. She's a pawn in the game. And it's sickening to the point where it's like, I don't want to watch any of it. And then what they do is they get a really bad photo or video of their opponent.
And then they put
makes them look.
They put a filter on and they're all disheveled.
Yeah.
Like they've got like Giardia or something.
Right.
And they're,
Or they're
somehow it looks like it was
screaming.
shot 15 years ago.
Or they're mad. The best ad, I got to say this. Being in Oregon, I mean, the ones I see all the time are Bynum, Chavez, Dreamer, Kent, and Perez. Like, those are the most common ones. And that Joe Kent guy, he did one ad where he talked about he lost his wife and because she died, apparently. I didn't know that. I was like, oh, that's good to put in your ad.
made him
Yes,
human to you?
Yes.
I like it.
And then he's got 2 boys, or maybe 3, I can't remember. And then he talked about his service and what he stands for. I'm like, you know what? That's a good ad.
You like it.
Well, that's him.
Yeah.
That's what I want to know.
Yeah. Well, I will tell you from my watching different parts of the country, the LA ads are all about the homeless. That's all anyone cares about. That's 100%. It's a lot of shots of homeless camps and people breaking into stores, and that seems to be the main gist of that. In the Midwest, a lot of trans stuff. A lot. They're turning your kids trans.
There's some of that here in Oregon, too. There's some of that.
A lot of that, a lot of the girls' sports stuff. And then down south, it's just a lot of anger and guns. I've never seen so many. I didn't even know you were allowed to shoot stuff on political ads. Like, you just got guns? Like, I was like, oh my God, we're doing this. It's very aggressive. It gets more aggressive the further east and south that you get. Gets very, very aggressive. But it's kind of interesting because, I have no idea who any of these people are. So you just get little snapshots.
Yeah.
And there are definitely ones where you're like, whoa. Ooh,
Not voting for that person.
I
Yikes.
saw a brilliant idea on Twitter today, though. It said that what states who have early voting should do, if you drop off your ballot and you get that little I voted sticker, it should come with a QR code that basically blocks you from any more political ads. You don't need them anymore.
Yeah.
You're done.
Smart.
Well, hey, somebody showed up. There was I think a city council guy was running for city council. He showed up at our house over the weekend, and he was looking for my wife, not me. And I thought that was interesting because I had already turned in my ballot.
Yeah.
And she hadn't. So somehow he knew that she hadn't voted.
Interesting. That was that's your dream?
What?
What?
My dream?
Oh, sorry. That was.
How we doing?
No.
Are we doing great?
No,
There was someone on there when you started. There was a guy on there that said I had a dream last night, and I got 2 things kind of. I got my wires crossed.
Well, anyway,
I got my
he
wires
showed up to the
crossed.
house, and I think that I think that the candidates that show up to your house,
Yeah.
that goes a long way. I don't know
Yeah.
how many of them do that, but if you just show up and like put a face to the name and
Yeah.
like say and talk.
I remember you saying something about
Well,
that.
another guy
Yes.
did. We've had two
That was a different
people
person?
show up at the
Well,
house.
the other person sent the follow-up letter that was
Yeah.
wrong about what the
Yeah.
transportation or whatever.
Yeah, he was not. He didn't.
He forgot what they talked
He
about.
misremembered the conversation, but that's probably because he went to a million different houses.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not a million, but you know what I mean. I think that goes a long way.
Yeah.
For people.
The one I got confused, there was a guy, and it just had stuck in my mind. He said he had a dream last night. He said Robin Stoops were broadcasting from my attic, looking outside, and the world was on fire. And I was like, he says, I'm not joking. You guys need to explain that dream to me. So I was a little like, what?
Well, I can't explain that.
No, I
That's
was
on you, bro.
Yeah. It is a little disturbing, though, that you're dreaming about us.
I mean, maybe we will narrate the end of days for
From
you.
your attic?
I mean, you could pay us. We'd come out.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be
What
something?
else we doing?
We're hunkered in someone's attic, like on January 7th, the world goes to hell, so we have to hunker in this random dude's attic.
And just describe what we're seeing.
Yeah. I'm a little sad, though, that no one's ever showed up at my door for any sort of political purposes.
Really?
No.
Ever? Wow.
No, I've never had someone outside of the Jehovah's Witnesses.
You know, the people, they're not working. They're not hustling.
No.
No.
Maybe
That's why I respect the person that shows up to your door. Like, that's hustle, man.
That is hustle.
Because I know you're not just doing that just for this house.
Yeah.
And you probably already got this house anyway.
Out there well, and that's what I would assume, like people that are in smaller races, like to the person that's trying to be the comptroller or whatever, I'm guessing that makes a much bigger difference because that's going to leave a lasting impression, and there's probably a small number of votes that really make a difference. Or in places like Georgia or Pennsylvania, I'm guessing all the president's people are out there doing that. Because, again, what was it, like 11,000 votes, I think, in Georgia last year made the difference. So, yeah, I'm sure there's some serious door-to-door stuff going on. But for every person like you that really appreciated it, I'll bet you there's a lot that...
Get out of here!
Yeah, go blank
Leave me
yourself.
alone.
Yeah. It's like you're selling a Kirby or whatever,
Yeah, all right.
Well,
Well,
and God
there's...
forbid you show up at someone's house and they're voting for the other candidate. That could get, there's people that
Well,
take
isn't that the
stuff.
whole idea? It's
Yeah,
like,
there's people that take that stuff real
hey,
seriously.
let's talk this out.
I'm not certain I'd be willing to go door to door. Doesn't seem like everyone's in a real rational state of mind right
Let
now.
me tell you about
Lace
my
them
opponent.
up, you little bitch. Let's go.
Got a few hot takes about my opponent. I'd like to read those for you now. Don't shoot me.
Yeah, exactly.
There is hot voting talk. One more day. One more sleep. How about that? Pretty exciting.
I just want it over.
Pretty exciting. Or is it?
I
I think
think
a
for-
lot of people are nervous.
What an
exciting time.
Scared.
I think there is anxiety like
Fear.
you wouldn't believe right now. I got a good feeling.
Yeah, I do too. I do too, buddy. All right, well, let's get to talking some sports.
It's a nice weekend.
Sports is sports.
Was it? What do you mean?
I think so.
Like the sports weekend?
Yeah, that was a nice little sports weekend.
Yeah,
Look at you.
it was fine.
Yeah.
it was fine.
It's nice college football games.
Yeah.
A couple NFL games.
Couple.
They weren't close, the ones I were looking forward to, but they were
Yeah.
entertaining. My
Well,
Lions.
You know what stole the show
Hmm.
in the sports world this weekend?
What do you got?
The headstand.
Yeah, the headstand.
Yeah.
With My Lions.
Where did this start? Where did this come from?
Incarnate Word is where it started.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
No.
So on Saturday, a receiver at Incarnate Word, where Cam Ward, I think, came originally from before
Yes.
he went to Washington State and then Miami, he caught a touchdown and he did the headstand kind of rollover thing,
Mm-hmm.
and he got flagged 15 yards for it. Well, a couple of the pro receivers saw it going viral on
Thought it was
Twitter
awesome.
on Saturday, thought it was
Oh.
awesome, and they replicated it on Sunday.
St. Brown. I mean,
Well,
that's
St.
like,
Brown's was perfect.
dude, he nailed it.
And
Yeah.
Drake London tried it as well.
London,
Wasn't
not
as
so
good.
good. Yeah.
No, Browns was like, dude, he stuck it. That's like
Yeah,
9.8.
Browns nailed it.
Well, if
That
you're
thing
going to
was
do
great.
that, you have to do it well.
Yeah, you got to practice
It's like,
it.
Yeah. It's like a dive. Like
Yeah.
you don't want to look like an idiot.
No, it was impressive.
You have to have good form. And yeah, St. Brown's amazing.
And more importantly,
That's a really cool bit.
I'm just throwing this one out there. I don't know if you remember at the start of the season, but someone took a $50 flyer on Derrick Henry to win the MVP.
Ooh.
Who's that someone?
And
Wasn't me.
It's not going to happen. It's going to be Lamar Jackson.
What were
but
those odds at?
I'm sitting there right now. I'll pull up the ticket, but look, if Lamar could have a lower back injury, miss a couple weeks, and Derrick Henry could carry this team, might be a Merry Christmas.
Yeah, he's having a good year.
He's having a
That's-
great year.
Long way to go,
sensational.
though. Long way to go.
Long way to go.
More time for my Bryce Young MVP ticket to pop.
Hey, he looked better.
Did he?
Yeah.
I'll take your word for it. I didn't watch it. All right, let's get started. We got our poll question next on the Fan.
Oregon
Football is football.
If there's one thing that this show has learned over the years,
Football's football.
football is football.
Football's football.
And you have to do football.
The best part of football is football. And so you got to do football.
You do.
Colin Cowherd
Yeah.
with a football's football today.
Really?
Football's football.
There you go.
God, I love
Football's football, and the only way to get better at it is to play football.
Football's football.
it. It's universal at this point. You
Hey,
can't-
it's football.
You can't deny it.
All right. Poll question time.
Ooh, I love a good poll.
Okay, today we're asking a Ducks question.
Okay.
Here on the program.
Uti.
It is on X at 1080 Fan. Let's first wrap up Fridays, where we were asking you what's the play this weekend.
Mhm.
We were talking about Oregon minus 14.5, Ohio State minus 3, Michigan State plus 14.5, Penn State plus 3. Right. So
Yeah.
which side is the best side?
Yes.
And the people got it right. 39% said Oregon
Yeah. It just didn't feel,
minus 14.5.
just never felt like Michigan was going to be in this game. And
Although-
they weren't.
They needed a late tutty to cover that number.
Yeah.
Do you think Dan Lanning knew the spread?
He knew it. I was remember last year at Texas Tech where they had the scoop and score, and that covered that line against Texas Tech. He knew that
He did know that.
because I mentioned him that he kind of wanted the player to go down, because that would have sealed the game. And I was like, well, Dan, there were some of us that didn't want him to go down. And he laughed and was like, yeah, I know. So he's aware.
He knew.
He's aware of lines.
Ohio State minus 3 got 31%, and that was correct. Michigan plus 14.5 against Oregon, 20%, and then only 10% said Penn State plus 3. Poor little Penn State. Just can't get it done.
Can I just? I have been wrong about a gajillion things on the show. It happens. We're doing it for 20
We're
years.
going to toot our own horn already?
I don't want to toot the own horn, but the next time that Drew Aller plays well in a big game will be the first time. Why do we continue in college football? We do this all the time. Because the guy was hyped as a freshman, Drew Aller is not good. He just isn't. He plays well against the Michigan States of the world. Like I don't have the numbers in front of me, but remember last year we went over, it was the 3 games they lost. Dude, it was atrocious. I mean, it's just, he does not show up. And Penn State's played a bunch of nobodies this year. And by the way, they're lucky to be undefeated, or were, going into that game with Ohio State. And they finally show up and play a real defense. And I'm not going to say it's like the greatest defense in the world. Oregon didn't have a lot of problems with it, but it's a solid defense. And what happens? Yeah, Drew Aller absolutely no-shows again, just like he does every big game, which is why Penn State never shows up in any of these games.
Doesn't he have like the measurables,
Yes.
the tools? Like
Yes.
he looked like he could sling it a little bit.
I would like to point out in that the only game that's going to matter for them this year up until this date, he was 12 of 20 for 146 yards and a pick. Like, this is what he does in every.
He's like Christian Hackenberg.
He is. He is the same thing as Christian Hackenberg. I don't know what it is about Penn State quarterbacks. We're like, oh, this guy, he's gonna be the dude. No, he's not. And so it was one of those. I mean, I have a dog in the fight because I'm not a Penn State guy after everything that happened. But I mean, just from just kind of my feeling as someone that enjoys college football and the analysis of it, I just don't know why we keep trying to make it happen. Last year against Michigan, so these are their losses last year. Against Michigan, he went 10 of 22. Against Ohio State, he was 18 of 42. My God. Like, that's and those were their 2 losses last year. I thought they lost 3 times, but they lost twice. And now throw in, and then they lost in the bowl game to Ole Miss, where he was 19 of 39.
You're making me uncomfortable.
He just,
it's weird.
You cannot count on him in big games.
Penn State, I'm a Kansas fan.
Yeah.
Did you know that about me?
Yeah, I'm familiar.
I went to KU.
By the way,
Rock Chalk. The
Number
season
one-
opens tonight.
Number 1.
Which, by the way, you know what the number one sports sign that it's almost Thanksgiving is, at least in my world?
What?
When college basketball starts.
Yeah.
Like, for a lot of people, it's just Halloween ends and then you move into Thanksgiving. For me, I don't think Thanksgiving until I start seeing college basketball games.
Yeah.
And today there were college women's games on.
Yeah.
And then the men, like Gonzaga, we have Gonzaga Baylor tonight.
Yeah.
That's like a top 10 matchup.
Last week, I don't know if you remembered this because I did not. I was flipping through and Doug Gottlieb was filling. I think he was filling in for Colin,
Colin.
or for whatever reason his show was on, and I was like, oh, it's Doug Gottlieb. And Doug Gottlieb is a head college basketball coach.
He is, but he's still doing his show.
Yeah, it completely threw me for a loop. I was like, oh yeah, I remember
Where
that.
is he the coach?
I think like Wisconsin Whitewater or something.
Okay.
I was like, oh my, yeah.
Where does he live? He doesn't live up there, does he? Where does he? Is he a part-time coach?
I just couldn't believe. I was like, oh yeah, because I remember when he announced it. I'm like, that is the dumbest thing that I've ever heard. Is that a guy doing a national radio show is going to attempt?
He's at Green Bay.
Wisconsin Green Bay.
He doesn't live up there, does he? Maybe he does.
I'm assuming he does now.
Yeah, because he can do a show from anywhere, probably.
Yeah,
right?
probably.
So he just moves up there.
Yeah. You just think about all the like Dan Lanning and how annoying it is to do a handful of interviews a week. Meanwhile, Doug Gottlieb's out here doing a 4-hour show.
I'm cooking on your grill.
Gottlieb's a douche.
Way to go, Doug.
Anyway, what I was going to tell you is Penn State. You know, one of the reasons Kansas is like 2-6 this year is their offense sucks.
Yeah.
Because the offensive coordinator that we had last year got yanked by Penn State.
Yeah.
His name is Andy Kolenicki, and he's really freaking good, which is what really puzzles me about what Penn State has going on is that guy's offenses are really tough to stop. They're really tough to stop at Kansas. And part of the reason why they won 9 games last year, he gets yanked. All of a sudden, Kansas sucks. Penn State's undefeated, and yet they look like same old Penn State when it comes to playing Ohio State. It's the weirdest thing.
Yeah,
because he's really creative.
6th place from inside the 5, and you can't get one in,
It's just
and your 2 best rushers never touch the ball. Like, what? I'm like,
Unbelievable.
all right. Seems solid. All right, go
All
Penn
right.
State.
So here is today's poll question on X at 1080 The Fan. Which era of Duck football was or is the most fun? Chip Kelly era, Dan Lanning era, or Brooks Bellotti era? I had to throw that in there.
Yeah.
Well, because, some people,
Yeah,
they want the...
Got him back to significance, relevance.
well, and
Or
look,
they just probably liked it better back then.
and they were knocking on the door. You said most exciting. You said didn't say
I said most fun.
most fun. Well, yeah, most fun, most exciting. It's Chip Kelly. Lanning's has the ability to pay off more, and I
Yeah,
think this is more
for sure.
sustainable. But dude, if you were an Oregon fan, when Chip, dude, that guy was murdering college football. Like people were doing extra conditioning to try to get ready for Oregon. He took the world by storm. That was the funnest.
It was
run.
amazing.
And it was short. It was only I think people think that was way longer. It was
5 years,
I think it
4
was
years?
4.
Yeah.
It wasn't very long, but man, when it was cooking, that was fun.
So vote on our poll question on X at 1080 The Fan and vote hard. I put that up there because I had the thought that watching the Oregon-Michigan game this weekend, that being in the Big Ten isn't nearly as fun as I thought it would be, and these games are trash. And I'd like to talk about that with you. We'll do that next. Here's Buck.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan in college football. ESPN's Pete Thamel reports that Oregon receiver Tez Johnson's shoulder injury is not expected to be season-ending and will not require surgery. Number 1 Oregon gets Maryland at Autzen Stadium this Saturday with a 4 p.m. kickoff time, and the Ducks' following game at Wisconsin just announced as a 4:30 p.m. kickoff time. Week 9 in the NFL wraps up tonight with the Chiefs hosting the Buccaneers on Monday Night Football. Receiver DeAndre Hopkins expected to make his Chiefs debut. Kickoff is at 5:15 on ESPN. Kansas City, an 8.5-point favorite. Down in New Orleans, Dennis Allen has been fired from his position as the Saints head coach after losing 7 in a row. The Raiders fire offensive coordinator Luke Getsy, as well as the Las Vegas O-line and quarterback coaches. 49ers running back Christian McCaffrey has returned to practice and is expected to make his season debut next week against the Bucs. Reports out of Dallas indicate that quarterback Dak Prescott will miss multiple weeks after sustaining a hamstring injury against the Falcons on Sunday. CeeDee Lamb sustained an AC joint sprain, but at this point in time is not expected to miss any time. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
The Fan Merch Locker has a
All right, well, look, Oregon's better than ever. They're really good.
Yeah.
Deserving of the number 1 ranking. And the Chip Kelly era, you know, it was a moment in time. It was can't be recreated. It was amazing. But this team's better than those teams.
No, yes. If those teams played this one, I can't say there's no doubt, but I would feel very confident that this team would beat that.
This one is built as good as any Oregon team has ever been built.
Yes. Well,
that said,
and it's better up front.
It is just, perhaps it's just the year, but the Big Ten is super lame.
Well,
in that, and we knew this. Like we know the style of football in the Big Ten, and it was interesting. The idea of the more offensive West Coast teams jumping into the Big Ten and seeing how that played out, that was interesting.
Sure.
But what we're seeing, and I think it may just be the year, that Oregon is just that much better than a lot of these Big Ten teams, and they would be so the same in the Pac-12 if the Pac-12 was still together. So it's kind of a tough year to judge this by. But we knew the Big Ten style, but I just thought it would be way more fun testing yourself in this, and it's really lame. These games suck. They don't even keep my attention.
Although, to be fair, right, the Ohio State game was, one of the best games in Oregon history. And you want to talk about being tested. I mean, my God, no pass interference call, and Oregon probably loses that game. So, that's the definition of a razor-thin margin. You're not going to get Indiana, who may be the second best team. You're not getting Penn State, who may be I guess it'd be the third best, right? Because Oregon, Ohio State. You're not getting the third best team. You're not getting Iowa, who would be right behind them. And by the way, Iowa all of a sudden is scoring points. So to be fair to the Big Ten,
scheduling has been, and like I said, that's maybe just part of it's part of the fact that it's just this particular year, maybe.
So you got because the top right now, if you go through the Big Ten standings, is Oregon, Indiana, Ohio State, Penn State, Iowa.
And they only play one of them.
And you only play one of them.
Yeah.
So there may be an element of that. And Michigan is having an awful year. Wisconsin's having a bad year. It's one of those kind of funky things where if this was last year, we wouldn't be saying that because you'd have Ohio State and Michigan. It would be like, whoa, it would, then.
Well, again, like I said, it may just be the year. It's just really, and it may also just be the fact that Oregon's that good.
Yeah.
It's just making this kind of boring. But these games, just watching them play, and maybe it's just this stretch of games. The Illinois, what was it? Was it Purdue,
Illinois, and
Michigan. Come on.
And then Michigan State was before. Look, but at the same time, if you go back, the Boise State game was, again, white effing knuckled. So,
well, but that's not the Big Ten.
That's not the Big Ten, but you know what I mean? It's like Oregon's good, but let's not act like they're just, Oregon has had 3 games this year where it's like, holy geez. Idaho had a chance at them. Boise State should have beat them. And the Ohio State game was razor thin too. So part of this is that Oregon is really good. I think Oregon right now is the most complete team in the country, but it's also the most complete team in the country that's damn near lost 2 games. So the margin for error is still razor thin, and the rest of because of the scheduling, it's been soft. And the other one too is, is it possible that Oregon has, and we'll see as it goes on, have they achieved the level, like Ryan Day, when's the last time Ryan Day lost? Well, I guess he just lost to Dan Lanning. But before that, when was the last time he lost to a Big Ten team not named Ohio State? He hadn't, right?
I don't think he had.
I think he was undefeated.
Yeah.
And at the Alabamas and the Georgias of the world don't lose to average SEC teams. And it's possible that that Oregon has just reached the point where Ohio State and Bama and Georgia are at, where there's really only 2 games every year that matter. And everything else, unless you just shoot yourself in the foot, you'll be fine.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
And that you're judged on that. Yeah. And because of the schedule this year, it turned out that there was only really one of those games.
No, that's fair. And I think that comes back to why I prefaced it all by saying I think it might just be this particular year.
Yeah.
But these games are just really, they just suck. They're not that fun to watch.
And there's really not going to be another one coming along that's going to.
No, there's no drama.
No.
There's 7 of the 8 conference games, complete duds.
Yeah. And Maryland's not going to offer much. Wisconsin's 5-4. I mean, they got. I was reading a thing.
9. 8 of the 9.
I think Iowa beat them 42-7, 42-10, something like that. Because I read an article about like kind of like a come to Jesus moment with Wisconsin. Like they're still trying to process the ass kicking that they took at the hands of Iowa, and then Washington, who's not very good. So there's really nothing else besides the Big Ten title game. But whether that's Ohio State, whether it's Indiana, like if you think that like you just are rolling to the Big Ten title game, anyone that watched the Ohio State game will tell you. Now Ohio State's got some O-line injuries, and we'll see if they can kind of correct those. Although it looked much better at Penn State. Anyone that was there at that game that thinks that Ohio State is just some sort of road apple for you to win the Big Ten title, I don't know what game you were watching.
Yeah, I mean,
that's not the one I saw.
I don't think anybody is saying that. All I'm saying is these games, I just thought the Big Ten would be much more fun.
And it hasn't been.
And it has really been lame. And these games are really not good.
No.
And that's partly due to Oregon just being really good, way better than some of these teams that they're playing. Some of it's due to their scheduling, whatever. But yeah, they get Ohio State again. Buckle up. Can't wait. You're right. It's like the Alabamas and Georgias of the world in the SEC. Maybe Oregon is at that level now, where you just don't. I mean, it's going to be boring, except for 1 or 2 games a year, which I guess that's cool. But also,
that's what happens when you elevate to a top 5 or 6 program. And yes, this is like what Nick Saban and Kirby Smart yell about their fans is they're like, do you guys take all this for granted? Like you just think that we just roll out every week and we just beat the hell out of people. And they're like, this is harder than you realize, but there are schools that have had to deal with this. And that's like what Penn State's dealing with. Penn State wins 10 games every year, but they can't win these games. They beat everyone else. They don't lose those games they're not supposed to lose, but they can't beat the good ones. And maybe just that kind of comes with elevating yourself to that next level. And if that's the case, there may be some dud boring games, but ultimately, if that's where you achieve, then you're playing in high stakes poker. Now you're getting to where those games against the Ohio States or the Bamas or the Georgias, they're like, oh my God, these are games of the year. And now you're playing in meaningful games at the end of the year, which is, again, ultimately what you're trying to do. And so you sacrifice some of the stuff for the regular season to be there on the biggest stage, and you're going to be there seemingly every year.
Yeah, somebody texted the Vancouver Ford text line and said, there was a lot of chatter from Big Ten teams about how Oregon would be in for big shock against big boy football.
No.
Yeah, well, they're not.
Well, but, maybe Washington and USC have felt that a little bit.
That's right. And that goes back to Oregon, just a pretty special team this year.
Well,
so we'll see if they can finish it off.
Yeah.
All right, our college football mani-pedi next on The Fan.
The Fan is live on Sachi and Sue on 1080 The Fan.
Well, as predicted here at the start of the season, the Oregon-Indiana collision course continues.
I think Indiana, Ohio State in 2 weeks, if I'm not mistaken. And the winner of that, barring any sort of weird catastrophe, will play Oregon in the Big Ten Championship. And the rematch of Oregon Ohio State, sure, we saw that coming. Indiana? What?
Well, like I said, as predicted here at the start of the season, we had 5 teams undefeated through 10 weeks. Those teams we had were Oregon, Indiana, Miami, BYU, and Army.
Yeah.
Sure enough, we were right.
I don't know if you would have told me at the start of the year who would be undefeated at this point. I'm not certain who I would have picked between BYU and Indiana. Because in all honesty, no one saw this coming from BYU.
Well, you wouldn't have picked either.
Yeah, but if you told me one of those is, you know what? I would have picked Army. Because you look at Army's schedule, I'm like, Army can be undefeated. But like Indiana and BYU, I'd be like, no. And they're like, no, seriously, one of them is going to be Indiana, or one of them is going to be undefeated. I think I probably would have looked at the schedule and taken Indiana. Because
what if I told you both would be undefeated?
It's a hell of a thing. And I'm telling you, Indiana's going to make the playoff.
Yeah, they're really good.
Indiana's going to beat Michigan. Even if they lose to Ohio State.
Where's that game?
It's at Ohio State. So even if they lose to Ohio State, they roll Purdue. Welcome to the college football playoff, Indiana, which is freaking awesome.
That is awesome.
And I don't care, and I get that Indiana hasn't played anyone, but you can only play who's on your schedule. And like, I'll take Miami for example. Like, did you watch any? I was
Michigan State.
I was telling Miami and Duke, right? And I was like, keep an eye on that. That Miami just doesn't. They're undefeated, but Miami does not look the part. They're 9-0 and they're like 4th in the country. Boy, they do not look like the 4th ranked team in the country.
They were losing at half.
They were losing.
They won by 3 scores, but that game was not a 3-score game.
It was not a 3-score game. And they win one way and one way only because their offense is awesome. Restrepo and Ward, and you kind of forget, Damian Martinez is down there. Their offense is really good. They don't play a lick of defense, and they're in close games. Even though they haven't played anyone, Indiana hasn't played anyone either, but they blow them out. Indiana kicks the living hell out of people. So I know it's weird, but I honestly have more faith in Indiana than I do in Miami. Because if you're not playing strong competition, Indiana's not playing close games. Miami is in dogfights because they can't play any defense. And I know the Miami schedule is a little tougher. I mean, they played Louisville and they played, I guess if you want to go Virginia Tech. But again, they should have lost to Virginia Tech. They should have lost to Cal.
Who's Miami's best win?
Probably Louisville.
They just beat Clemson.
Yeah, they just beat Clemson.
There were. It was kind of a sneaky. I don't know. It's like a sneaky shakeup kind of weekend.
Yeah.
Wasn't any of the big boys, but A&M lost.
Mm-hmm.
Clemson lost.
Yep.
Kansas State lost at Houston.
Well, and that opens the door.
Iowa State lost.
Have you seen the Big 12 rankings?
Yeah, dude, I love the Big. Now, see, I was just bitching about how the Big 10 is lame, and it kind of is.
Yeah.
The Big 12 injected into my veins every week. Fun stuff happens in that league.
There is a path, and it's a pretty realistic path. There is a path for my Brigham Young University Cougars and your Fighting Deion Sanders to meet in the Big 12 title game.
I'd like that.
With a chance to go to the college football playoff.
Yeah,
I read through that bull junkie wrote.
The winner, the loser wouldn't go, right?
Yeah.
So it'd be the Big 12 title game.
Although,
BYU with one loss.
If BYU were to run the table at one loss, I think they get in.
Who do they have left?
They've got Rock Chalk. They got Kansas.
Is that this week?
That's this week.
Oh.
They're at Kansas.
We might have to pull up AI Sukrop BYU Kansas preview.
Yeah, let me pull it up. Or maybe it's Utah this week, actually.
No, I think it's Utah.
I think it might be Utah. I got to pull up their schedule.
The Holy War.
Yeah, they got at Utah, then
Kansas,
Rock Chalk,
and then what else?
Arizona State and Houston. And Arizona State, Houston's not any good. Kansas is struggling. Utah, that Arizona State game worries me, but I mean,
Can Utah knock them off?
I mean, look, it's a rivalry game, but Utah doesn't look. I'm not sitting here saying that BYU is going to go undefeated, but there is not a ton of meat left on that bone. I mean, the best team they played was SMU, and SMU looks really good. And BYU got them.
So Colorado, BYU, Big 12 championship game.
Wouldn't that be
winner
something?
gets the 4 seed in the tournament?
Yeah.
Dude, come on. No way Colorado's going to be the 4 seed in the college football playoff. What if I told you that at the start of the year? Like, what's more shocking? What's going on with Indiana, BYU, or Colorado sitting there, or Army? Or
So
what the hell?
Coach
Colorado's
Prime with a bye in the playoff.
Colorado's 6-2. They got Texas Tech, Utah, Kansas, and then Oklahoma State.
Do we get them at home?
Yeah, it's at Kansas.
Yeah, we'll knock them off.
I'm just like, and I do think they need Iowa State to lose another game. So look, I'm just like, there is a path. The inside track is not Colorado's, but like again,
that league is fun.
They are in the mix. There's a lot of
teams in the mix. That's the thing. The Big Ten, there's only 4 teams, right?
Yep.
Yeah, 4, because I guess if you count Penn State still in there.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's like 15 teams that aren't.
Yeah. And we thought
they don't have a chance.
And like you said, it was a sneaky weekend because we all assumed that the ACC was just a given, that it was Miami and Clemson. Or
now
Pitt.
who jumps in? Oh, Pitt! I forgot about them.
But Pitt lost, so Pitt's not undefeated anymore.
Who beat them?
Pitt went down
SMU beat them.
SMU, and so now the catbird seat is Miami and SMU.
Yes.
And how about that? That
SMU in the tournament.
SMU in the tourney. And if I'm not mistaken,
this is so good.
And if I'm not mistaken, the SMU coach was Miami's offensive coordinator who pulled a bunch of players from Miami to come to SMU.
Who is Rhett Lashley?
Yeah.
Is that the guy?
Yeah.
He's from Miami?
He's from Miami.
He's doing a good job down there.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is a fun.
It's the Big 12 is great. And the ACC's.
Yeah. Boy,
the
Clemson.
SEC's fun too, but it's cannibalizing
It
itself.
is. I really thought. I was
Big Ten's the lamest of the 4.
I was swallowing the Kool-Aid for Clemson, and then I was watching that game. That was the Clemson that we saw the last couple years on offense.
They're the weirdest team.
thing.
It is the dadgummest thing. I don't understand them.
What's
going on with them?
I thought Clemson was just going to cruise and that they would see Miami, and then their offense just came out and just.
Do you like the fact that there's maybe some fresh blood?
I do. I think it's
the
fun.
SMUs and Colorados.
I think it's fun. I
think
it's
too. BYU.
I think it's a lot of fun.
Indiana. Even Oregon to some people.
Yes.
Nationally.
I just think it's fun that there's no, and Boise State, little old Boise that everyone wrote off. Boise's killing people right now, and they look. If Boise makes that tournament, you think about it. Boise gave, and I know it's a different Oregon team. They figured out their O-line issues. Boise State was better than Oregon.
Oregon needed a walk-off win that they probably didn't deserve.
Yeah, they had two
and that's
special
Boise's only loss to the number 1 team in the country.
So, like, if they make the tourney, I'll tell you what, and that's my opening game. I don't want to see Boise State.
I wouldn't be feeling.
Would you rather play BYU?
Yes,
Than Boise State.
I think I'd rather play BYU. I think I'd rather play BYU.
Damn. Would you rather play Colorado or Boise State?
Same thing. I think I'd rather play Colorado. The Boise State game gave me pause. Like normally when teams like that play just physically dominant teams like Oregon, they get beat up. They did not get beat up. The only thing where you saw it was, again, a lesser talented team, special teams and backups, you can see it. And Oregon just has way better athletes than Boise State. And that's all that was special teams play. Outside of that, Boise went toe-to-toe with them. And by the way, they've got arguably the best player in the country. Although Colorado's maybe make the case that with Hunter. So I don't know. I think this is a really fun scenario that when the 12-team playoff hits, there's going to be new blood. And normally, if you told me that BYU or Colorado or Iowa State or Indiana or Boise made the tournament, I'd be like, whatever. It's fun. It's awesome. And you're going to get your ass kicked in the first round. I'm not so certain that those teams are going to get bludgeoned in the first round, like maybe we thought they were.
What popped into my head, 2 things as you were talking. One is, you just pretty much solidified Georgia v. Texas in the championship game.
Probably.
And the second is, imagine if we still had same race, same teams this year, but only a 4-team playoff.
Yeah, it'd suck.
It would. Like, what are we even doing with this? Why did we have that for so long?
Why did we have?
Well, it wasn't even that long.
It wasn't that long.
The whole perspective was different on it. I mean, we'd be talking about half of these teams as just out of the.
Yes.
We wouldn't be talking about them at all.
We wouldn't be talking about any of them.
But yeah, we'd be talking about
It's a
4 or
6-team
5
race.
teams or 6 teams. We'd not be talking about 12 or 14 or 16.
Right now, you would be talking about Oregon, Georgia, Ohio State, Although that
the
would
Colorado and Big 12 stuff just would not matter.
Oregon,
None of it would matter.
Oregon, Ohio State would be an elimination game, as would Oregon, Indiana, should
Yep.
they play in the Big Ten title game.
Yep.
Right. You would have whoever wins the SEC is going to be in there. After that,
Yep. And then
Miami needs to go undefeated.
and we'd be talking about Miami like they'd be the Florida State
Yeah.
the year they went undefeated, and then you're like, dude, you're gonna get your ass kicked.
After that, it's going to be a one-loss Oregon or a one-loss freaking Texas or something.
This is gonna be so much fun when.
This is way better.
Yeah.
What are we even doing out there?
I don't know what we're doing, but it's chaos, and I don't feel
Go Hoosiers.
between Georgia, Ohio State, Oregon, any of these teams that are the top heavy teams, none of these are like truly dominant. They can't be beat teams. There's not one, and I think that is fun because it feels like if you make the tournament, no matter who you are, from Boise to BYU to whoever, you feel like you've got a puncher's chance. Maybe not to win the whole thing, but to win some games, and that is freaking awesome. That's the NCAA basketball tournament right there. You may come in as the 12 and know that, yeah, you're not going to win the title, but you think you can make a run to the Final Four. You think you can knock off Duke. And that is why that tournament's so great. And we finally have some of that in college football.
All right, a little more from Ohio State, Penn State. The best thing that happened that at where was that? Happy Valley?
Happy Valley.
Was didn't even happen in the stadium. So
do I know what you're talking about? No.
I think you do, but I'll
Okay.
remind you
All right.
when we get back. The college football mani-pedi continues, and then we'll have our Primetime Stock Watch, what we're buying and selling from the weekend in sports on the Fan.
Taken early.
Now, from From the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan. In college football, ESPN's Pete Thamel reports that Oregon receiver Tez Johnson's shoulder injury is not expected to be season-ending and will not require surgery. Number 1 Oregon gets Maryland at Autzen Stadium with a 4 p.m. kickoff this weekend, and the Ducks' following game at Wisconsin on the 16th just had that kickoff time announced at 6:30 our time, 6:30 local, 4:30 our time. Week 9 in the NFL wraps up tonight with the Chiefs hosting the Buccaneers on Monday Night Football. Receiver DeAndre Hopkins expected to make his Chiefs debut. Kickoff is at 5:15 on ESPN. Kansas City favored by 8.5. Down in New Orleans, Dennis Allen has been fired from his position as the Saints head coach after losing 7 in a row. The Raiders fire offensive coordinator Luke Getsy as well as the Las Vegas O-line and quarterbacks coaches. 49ers running back Christian McCaffrey has returned to practice and is expecting to make his season debut next weekend against the Bucs. Reports out of Dallas indicate quarterback Dak Prescott will miss multiple weeks after sustaining a hamstring injury against the Falcons on Sunday. And the Blazers are in the Big Easy tonight, taking on the Pelicans for the 3rd time this season. Tip-off is at 6:30. Shaden Sharp, Matisse Thybulle, both still sidelined for Portland, but Robert Williams is expected to play. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app. The only way to rewind Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
If you can find the time to explore the mind of a stripper, then you can find the time to spend with your actual family.
Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
Damn! What they on? All steroids and no carbs? Them some thick-ass kids.
This is Primetime.
We're not like you. We're grown-ups.
Your source for the best in local, regional, and national sports.
Oh, my goodness!
Here are Isaac Ropp and Jason Sakanik with Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
All right, nice to have you along. It's Monday with Ropp and Suk. I was watching the Chiefs warm-up here. Monday Night Football.
Bucks tonight.
Yeah, and they have... I don't know why I think this is so funny, because it's not. But, you know when the quarterback warms up, somebody has to catch the ball for them?
Sure.
For Mahomes, they have a one-armed man catching the ball. Which is funny to me because it's like of all the people on your staff
members?
that could catch the ball for Mahomes, maybe not give that job to the one-armed guy, but he seemed to be doing a pretty good job of it.
No, I'm going to have to do a deep dive on this because there's got to be a story behind it. You know,
well, I don't know how he lost his arm.
If there's not, there will be by Tom Rinaldi tomorrow.
Man, Chiefs. I feel like if I'm Googling one-armed man, like The Fugitive's going to come up. Porter Elliott is his name. He's the assistant running backs coach of the Chiefs.
But how many people are on their staff that could catch the ball for Patrick Mahomes?
A lot.
Would you want someone with 2 arms? Would it be easier for somebody who had 2 arms and 2 hands, or is it easier for the guy who has, or does the guy who has 1 arm and 1 hand insist?
Yeah, he
must.
It's odd, or is it one of those things where, like, he wants to do it because he's overcoming.
Yeah, he may want it.
He may want it, and he's like, I'm going to prove to everyone.
No. Hey, we're calling you off the ball. What was his name?
Porter Elliott.
Hey, Porter, we're calling you off the ball here. We're going to give you something a little easier.
Well, it'd be like if you
He's like, no, I got this.
Well, I mean, maybe he wanted to hold for extra points, and they're like, that's ridiculous. But
how would a one-armed man hold for extra points?
How would a one-armed man catch for a quarterback? Like,
Aren't there 80 jobs in the building he's better suited to do?
That's
all. Exactly.
It's just like, it's not that he can't do that, but like you might excel more at something else.
It's just like, why?
He lost his arm at age 4.
All right.
So, and then he lost his arm in an accident at age 4 and had it surgically removed at 16. So it hasn't worked since 4. And then after a while, he was like, "What are we doing here?" Just
well, he definitely has no arm.
No, it's not partial. I mean, that sucker's
no, it's this whole arm.
That sucker's gone.
But he's out there catching the ball for Mahomes.
Although you got to wonder, like Mahomes has to take some of it off, like because there's no way he can throw hard.
Who?
Mahomes.
Well, no, he's not. He's standing. Remember, he's standing next to Mahomes. Mahomes throws to somebody else.
He's the one getting the throw back.
He gets the throw back, and then he tosses it up to Mahomes.
That makes sense because those quarterbacks, when they're warming up, freaking Chris Sims used to do that to me because he was an ass. They would throw so hard, like it hurts your hands. I'm like, dude, I'm not catching that. So I was like, there's no way. But that makes sense if he's just catching it.
Oh, no, they were hurting you
so bad.
maybe he's feeling it more like kind of a punt. You have to kind of.
He does. Yeah,
throw
I was
like
watching
you
it.
throw like a lob to him.
Yeah, they're kind of taking it easy on him over there. They're not. It's not like they're slinging it right at him. But
Does
I'm just
seem
saying,
a bit odd.
It's just like
What
why
if he
that?
got like a big net? What if he had like a
Yeah.
like a peach basket, like old Naismith style, and he caught it?
Yeah.
It does seem like that has to be more of a ceremonial sort of feel good sort of thing.
He must want to do it
He's
because
got-
it doesn't
yeah.
make sense.
Well, again, he's out there
You know,
trying to,
I was looking at something else too
Trying to
during the
prove
break.
something.
I was looking at Boise State. And we've talked about this with regards to Oregon State and Washington State. One of the positive things about being Boise State, dude, they're going to be on track to make this tournament every year, as long as they keep up what they've got going in their program.
Yeah.
Because they're always the highest ranked, like preseason, like they start with an advantage because they are the group of 5 of record that we know is good every year and we just trust is good every year.
Sure.
So they always start higher than everyone else. And all they have to do is play relatively well against the one good non-conference opponent that they have, and then beat everybody else on their schedule who sucks. I mean, honestly, it's one of the easier paths to the playoff, and it's not that they're going to make it every year, but they certainly have a chance to.
Well,
They're in a pretty good spot.
But like last year, Liberty would have gone, not them.
Well, like I said, they're not going to make it every year,
Yeah.
but it's just an easier path.
Yes. Then let's say if Boise got the call up to the ACC.
Well, like Big 12, like BYU.
Yeah, BYU.
I mean, that's
the BYU path is a lot harder
yes,
than Boise State.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Boise State's just sitting there like, we'll just keep rolling teams. Played Oregon tough, and we'll see you in the tournament.
So I'm looking. I was interested because Boise had fallen off. They lost 5 games last year. 2022. Yeah, they lost 4. So it's one of those things. Boise needs to prove that they can be here year in and year out. But yes, to your point, if you're a Boise State, you do have a nice path. But you would assume you still probably got to be a 1-loss team.
Yeah, that's the thing. You can't.
You
have to either win your big non-conference game, like the Oregon game. You can really only slip up one time.
Yeah.
So that's the downside. You're going to have to run the table in your league if you lose to Oregon. Like next year they play Notre Dame.
Yeah.
So if they lose to Notre Dame, they're probably going to have to run the table. But there's a couple years, like 2027, their non-conferences, App State, USF, and Marshall.
Yeah. I'm looking to see what their record's been lately. So, because I just, you kind of forget about Boise, but because they had that run there where it was like 10-3, 11-3, 10-3, 12-2, and then 5-2, 7-5, 10-4, 8-6, and then this year 7-1. So even those years, like if you're Boise, it might behoove you not to schedule big boys, because when you look at like a 10-3 record or an 11-3 with the bowl game, so 10-3 or 10-2, if you're trying to game the system, it doesn't do you any favors to play Notre Dame. It doesn't do you any favors to play Oregon, because
Unless you win.
But what are the odds of that?
Yeah, they're probably cashing checks for those games.
Yeah, probably, and they may need those checks.
But they start. I was looking here that last 20 years they've started in the top 25, 10 of the 20.
Yeah, it is by far the most respected of those programs.
So it's like, and sure, Liberty can jump up and bite you, but I just feel like Boise State has a pretty,
Yeah. Well, and that was kind of the thing.
Good path to the playoff every year.
That was the thing with like Oregon State, Washington State, right? Like once you get solidified in the Pac-12, like I know it's not where you want to be, and the financial issues and all that, but there is a path for you.
That's what I mean.
There is.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's just easier.
Yeah.
And maybe even more fun than beating up on the Purdue's and Illinois of the world.
Or having them, having to play 4 or 5 games a year where, look at Oregon State this year. And I know there's some stuff that goes into that, but no one's having fun in that thing.
Yeah. But
Washington State, though, is having a nice year. If Washington State were in the Mountain West and not the little weird thing,
they're the highest ranked.
They would be there. Them and Boise would be duking it out.
Yep. All right, we'll get back to the college football mani-pedi. The Jason Kelsey phone smash is what I was discussing. That's or teasing. That was the.
Oh yeah, I did see that.
That happened outside of the Penn State Ohio State.
I can't say I knew that happened at the Penn State game.
Yeah, it was a Penn State bro. That was
because he went to that game. Was he?
Yeah.
Was he a guest picker? What? No, he wasn't. Was he?
No, but he was on the panel. I saw him.
Yeah, I saw him on the coverage.
And by the way, I look up and there he is again on my TV tonight. The guy's everywhere.
Guy's everywhere.
But I like that he smashed that kid's phone. Anyway, we'll get to that later. The Stock Watch is up next. What we're buying and selling from the weekend in sports on the Fan.
The home of
All right, still to come, Oregon quiets the big house, complete with AI Dan Lanning. And we'll get to the rest of the weekend that was in college football, even though we've done a lot of that already. There's more. You believe that?
There's always more.
There's always more. And the NFL. Our Seahawks suddenly suck. Not good.
I got some thoughts on that.
That's how you give away a game, right?
Well,
there.
there's someone that's taking, and I get it, a lot of blame, and he is not the problem there.
Oh, Gino?
Yeah.
That might be coming up at the end of this stock watch.
Right.
Nice! Nice!
On the same page.
Here is Buckley with Stock Watch.
Well, we will start in State College, Pennsylvania. Isaac alluded to this earlier, but this incident before the Penn State game, Jason Kelsey carrying a 12 rack of beers and getting harassed by a fan. This is how it went down.
Kelsey! Hey, Kelsey! Kelsey, can I get a fist bump? Kelsey, can I get a fist bump?
What you heard there at the end was the pop of a phone smashing on the ground when someone used a slur asking Jason Kelsey what they thought about his brother, or if his brother was a slur now that he's dating Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
So
you got there. You did it.
Yeah, we did it.
Good description.
But this led to Jason Kelsey's apology tonight on Monday Night Countdown. Here's what that sounded like.
Listen, I'm not happy with anything that took place. I'm not proud of it, and in a heated moment, I chose to greet hate with hate, and I just don't think that that's a productive thing. I really don't. I don't think that it leads to discourse, and it's the right way to go about things. And in that moment, I fell down to a level that I shouldn't have. So I think the bottom line is, I want to live my life. I try to live my life by the golden rule. That's what I've always been taught. I try to treat people with common decency and respect, and I'm going to keep doing that moving forward. Even though I fell short this week, I'm going to do that moving forward and continue to do that.
Buy or sell that Jason Kelsey should have apologized at all?
No. I mean, I think he had to, probably. Obviously, he's a public figure, ESPN. Look, he had to apologize because he used the slur. But he only used the slur in response to...
he did?
Well,
what did he say?
He said who's the blank now?
Yeah.
Oh,
after he smashed the phone.
After he smashed the phone.
Yeah.
So
it was less him calling that guy that, but like, you called me that, and maybe you're that. Or, it was...
So, look, you can't do it, but at the same time, I wish he would have... I mean, I know you can't. That guy just deserved to get socked in the face. We've gotten way too comfortable with these idiots now, shoving people's phones in people's faces and saying these awful, hurtful things because there's no consequences. So... Like, I could care less what happens to this, that was taunting him. I mean, he'll pay him for a new phone. Maybe he has to write him a check for $5,000. The guy gets his 2 seconds of fame. So yeah, if you're Kelsey, you're a public figure. You got to be better than that. But I don't know if he owes anyone an apology. But I'm sure ESPN made him do that. So. And I'm sure, like, you could tell in his voice, he's not thrilled that it went there.
No, he's not. And that's what I liked about the apology. I don't think he needed to apologize, because apologies, it's like, that doesn't change anything. It's like, he did it, and I don't like how he reacted. At the same time, that is the very definition of F around and find out.
Yeah.
You can't be doing that to people, and be prepared for your phone to get smashed, and you're lucky your nose didn't get broken.
Yeah.
But... that said, what he said I thought was great in his apology, and you could tell that was heartfelt. Yep. He felt bad about being triggered by that guy. Yep. I've always been one to say, when you're a public figure like Jason Kelsey and you're throwing yourself out there on every damn commercial known to man and every damn pregame show known to man, some of the responsibility that comes with that is being able to handle that very situation right there better than you did. So he's not at fault, but at the same time, I like what he did to the kid's phone. F that kid. You can't be going around doing that. He shouldn't do that again, and I think it was a heartfelt apology that he made, and let's all move on.
Yeah. I mean, I know...
Now, if Kelsey has a history of acting like this when people try to bait him, because more people are going to try to bait him now. Yeah. That's the hard part about this, is they will. If he keeps doing this, then it's all, then it's a different conversation. But I think he's a decent guy, Jason Kelsey, even though I'm tired of seeing him.
But by all accounts, he is a good dude.
And I think that was a sincere apology. I think he really meant that. He didn't want to react that way. He hates that he reacted that way, but he did, and he apologized for it. Let's move on.
Well, and I relate to that. I have had a temper over the years, and I've worked hard to try to control it. And every now and then, when it comes back out, it really is embarrassing when you see glimpses of it. And I did. I think that was really genuine, and you could hear it in his voice. I don't think that was BS.
Well, moving on to the actual game at hand in State College.
Who won?
Well, that would be the Ohio State Buckeyes after
10-0.
After felt like it. After Penn State flailed in the red zone multiple times. This is James Franklin after the game.
I understand their frustration. Guys in the locker room are just as frustrated, if not more, but college football has changed. And we have an opportunity moving forward to right some wrongs from today. And that's what we're going to focus on. I get it. We get an unbelievable crowd here. We get unbelievable support. You don't do that without passion. And there's great things that come from that, and there's hard things that come from that. That's part of the job. That's part of the job, and I own it all. I own it all.
Buy or sell, James Franklin's going to get another crack at Ohio State.
No.
You think he's going to get fired?
Oh, I thought you were talking about this year. Like,
oh no, not this season.
So you're saying
like will he
they're not gonna fire him.
Will he lose again and then ultimately be fired?
Yeah, no, I he'll get another crack next year, but I do not think they will play Ohio State in the Big Ten title game. I thought that's what you were.
No, I just meant would he get the chance to play him again next season?
I think I'd have to look at his. Yeah, look at his bat. He's been really successful there at Penn State, but ultimately he can't win the games, and I could see Penn State moving on from him.
He's like 1-13 in those rivalry games.
It's not pretty. I just don't know. I mean, Penn State just hasn't. They've had one coach for so long, and then Bill O'Brien, but Bill O'Brien left, and then Franklin came in and really stabilized that. So, yeah, I'm going to say no, but I totally understand where Penn State is coming from if they move on. And to be honest with you, if I was Penn State, I think I probably would, because I think Franklin is a very good coach. I don't think Franklin is a great coach, and he's proven that. And if you're Penn State, what are your expectations? You know, are you Wisconsin or are you Ohio State? Because you fancy yourself Ohio State, and the truth of the matter is, for the last 20 years, you have not been.
And they've got a decent shot at running the table now, and they'll probably be left out of the Big Ten championship game, so they should get a spot in the playoffs.
Get a spot in the playoffs.
So what's the buy or sell?
Buy or sell whether he'll be their coach next year.
Yeah, he'll be there. Yeah, I don't think they're going to fire him. I think if you move on from him, you really better have a good upgrade. You know?
What about down in Indiana? You're like, hey.
Would you?
The Sig 10.
Would you take Signetti over James Franklin?
After one
year? I don't know. I don't know. I think if you could get Dan Lanning on the hook,
sure,
you make that move.
Yeah.
If you could get, I'm trying to think who else is out there.
I'm looking here to see what his buyout is.
Would you take Lane Kiffin if he would jump?
Ooh.
I think I would.
I think I would
because
too.
I think I know that there is a ceiling with Franklin, and I've got to try to break through the ceiling, and he's just not going to be the guy. Although it's $56 million.
Oh.
But
what about Nick Saban?
Yeah, I would.
Remember him?
I would go ahead and do that.
Give him a call.
Yeah.
Moving on to the Oregon Ducks, who were in Ann Arbor over the weekend. Dan Lanning was asked about the lack of production from the Ducks in the third quarter. They have scored all of 6 points in the third quarter in 6 Big Ten games this year. He was asked about it not once but twice in the postgame.
Yeah, there's a trend, right? And it's something that we're certainly aware of and attacking. You know, again, they came out and got a 3-and-out there, I think, on the very first drive out of the third quarter. So it's something we want to look at and improve on.
Dan, just to circle back to the third quarter issue, the trend, is it at a point where you would say that's a problem? Is it on the verge of becoming a problem? Like, how do you characterize that?
No, we won 38-17, so I'd say it's not a problem, right? It's something we want to address, though.
Buy or sell,
Nice.
Oregon does have a third quarter problem.
Nice answer.
Yes, they do.
What's their problem?
I don't know.
What's going on with that?
Because they've been, I mean, they're a big middle eight team. I mean, that's one of the things he always preaches, the last 4 minutes of the half, first 4 minutes of the second half. And, you know, you got blanked against Ohio State, and that didn't come back and cost you. I mean, it could have. You know, the other ones, it's like UCLA, Michigan State, Illinois, like Michigan,
Purdue.
And Purdue, like you've been up big in all those games. So I wonder, are you uninterested? Do you have your foot off the gas? Then you go to the Ohio State game. That's the only quarter you didn't score. Look, is there an issue? Yes. Is it this glaring, oh my God sort of thing? I don't think so.
It's the kind of thing we find on a number one ranked team with not a lot else to poke holes at.
Yes, but if you are going into the college football playoff, you've got 3 weeks here to figure out why your team isn't solid in the third quarter, and you could tell he's a little chippy about it. And the only reason he's chippy about it, because I think behind closed doors where he's not going to talk to people, he knows that ultimately that is an issue, because if you're playing better teams, that's the sort of thing that can get you beat.
Well, I love that he knows it and he's addressed it, and he's like, we're going to work on it. Because that's all you can ask, right? That's all that guy ever does, and then everything always improves.
Yes.
Have you noticed that?
They get better.
When that dude sets in on something.
What do you want to bet they put up 3 tutties against Maryland in the third quarter this week?
Listen, I feel like, and I don't know about the Maryland thing, but I feel like this is simply, and this is probably an oversimplification, but I just think when you are that good and you're beating most of the opponents that we're talking about in the third quarter, they were up and clearly were physically better than every one of those teams, were they not?
Absolutely. Those games were never in question.
Yeah, so I think that's part of it. Is you get into the locker room and you're like, oh, we got this. These guys can't hang with us. Yeah. And then on the flip side, those teams, the one last punch they're going to throw is right out of the gate in the second half. Like they regroup, they come at you, and so I think that could maybe explain some of it.
Yeah.
And I really don't know that that's a major problem. If you see Oregon doing this against, whoever Indiana in the Big Ten title game or in the college football playoff, then of course. But I bet it goes away when they start playing better teams.
Yeah.
Playoffs?
And then finally, going over to the NFL, the Seahawks dropping their 5th of their last 6 games with this ugly play.
So second down and goal from the 4. Seahawks have got to punch this in somehow, some way. Shotgun snap. Gino dumps it. Oh, my God. It's intercepted again. Intercepted at the 5-yard line.
Oh, my God. It's intercepted again. Oh, my God.
Another rough loss for the Seahawks.
God.
Buy or sell, they are more rebuilders than they are playoff contenders.
Oh.
No, because there's really only, I can't say there's only one. There is a massive issue with the Seattle Seahawks, and it's the worst in the league. And I mean that. It is the worst in the league, and it is their offensive line. Do you realize that I think they're either 31 or 32 on third down conversions. They're converting at like 24%. Do you know what their average third down to gain is? And let me just point out that anything 3rd and 6 and longer is considered obvious passing. 3rd and long, 3rd and 6 is problematic. Their average, just take a guess.
Like 3rd and 6.8 or something?
Oh, take another one.
9.
3rd and 8?
3rd and 9.8.
Oh my God.
That is their average.
This deep in the season, that's horrendous.
Down. Geno Smith is pressured on basically 50% of his dropbacks. He was pressured 60% in this last one. Outside of Charles Cross, who's really good, it is the worst offensive line in football. It is dreadful. And when Geno Smith, I'm pulling this off the top of my head, but Geno Smith against pressure in that game was, I think, 9 of 19 with the picks. With a clean pocket, he was 9 of 12 for 220 yards. When Geno Smith has time, Geno Smith is a good quarterback. The only reason they were in that game is Jackson Smith and Jigba, and Geno he slings it. He had 6 completions of 20-plus yards in that game, and 2 others were dropped. So it's there. It's just that when you play behind the worst offensive line and you're not a mobile guy, and Geno is not a Mahomes guy that he's not Josh Allen, he's not Lamar, he's a pocket guy. He needs to be in a system kind of like what Sam Darnold's doing. I think he's a much, much better version of Sam Darnold. But so are they rebuilding? They need to rebuild that offensive line because it stinks.
That right there is it. You asked if they're rebuilders or more contenders. I think they're more rebuilders because of the offensive line.
They will go nowhere with
that's
this
it.
line.
I mean, it's just not good enough, and they know it.
Oh, it's so bad.
So that's really. I mean, it doesn't have to be your whole roster. I mean, they have some pieces, but I don't. I mean, you know me. I don't think as much of Smith as you do. I think even when you're running for your life like that, and of course he is. So is C.J. Stroud. The only guy that's been pressured more than Geno is C.J. Stroud, and they have a better record. He's handling it better, even though he's tough to watch too. I mean, there's only so much you can do as a quarterback when that's your offensive line. You still, I don't care how much duress you're under, you cannot have those throws. He had 3 of them. You can't do it. No. You just now he's Will Levis. Okay, so it's one thing that Geno Smith can do it if everything else is in place. That I buy. Yeah. But when Geno Smith starts playing like this, when everything is not in place, you have compounded your problem. You have to have a quarterback, especially with a bad offensive line, that will not succumb to just really, really, really poor decisions.
The last couple weeks, and it's the same thing with C.J. Stroud.
You can't do it.
They're breaking them.
You just can't do it. And I worry about that. That at the same time, I mean, obviously Geno Smith is not the problem, but he cannot play like that. No. I don't care how much.
And he did apologize. I feel for him right now because that is a man right now that is just he's under siege. And Seattle is not a good team right now. I thought the Seahawks would be much better than this, but
you know what he should have done.
They are not.
Should have tapped out.
Should have tapped out.
Did you see a receiver who did that in the NFL over the weekend?
Who?
DJ Moore.
He did?
The middle of a play, Caleb Williams was like scrambling around and the routes were broken and he just walked off the field in the middle of the play.
DJ Moore, did you see shoulder
bump? Little shoulder. I wasn't sure if that was as intentional as anyone ever made it, but.
Who did he bump?
Caleb Williams.
Oh, no.
DJ Moore is not happy with Caleb Williams because, again, there's another guy that, because of some circumstances around and he's a rookie, his play the last couple weeks is.
Well, he's running for his life, too.
Same thing.
And he's a rookie.
It's bad.
It's just.
Yeah, it's bad. But when DJ Moore isn't getting fed, there's tension.
All right, Stock Watch each week brought to you by Goldberg Jones. When it comes to divorce, custody, or child support issues, trust Goldberg Jones to help. Call 1-800-DIVORCE. Phone questions answered at no charge. In the news is next. The police have nabbed the shooter. Here's Buckley.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brought to you by 808 Hawaiian Restaurant. Mixed plates like Grandma used to make. If your grandma were from the Big Island, Woodstock, Burnside, Beaverton, or online at ate-oh-ate.com. First on The Fan. In college football news, ESPN's Pete Thamel reports that Oregon receiver Tez Johnson's shoulder injury is not expected to be season-ending and will not require surgery. Number 1, Oregon gets Maryland at Autzen Stadium this Saturday at a 4 p.m. kickoff, and the Ducks' following game at Wisconsin announced as a 4:30 p.m. kickoff. That'll be 6:30 local in Madison. Week 9 in the NFL wraps up tonight with the Chiefs hosting the Buccaneers on Monday Night Football. Receiver DeAndre Hopkins making his Kansas City debut. Kickoff is at 5:15 on ESPN. The Chiefs are favored by 8.5. The Blazers are in the Big Easy tonight, taking on the Pelicans for the third time this season. Tip-off is at 6:30. Shaden Sharp, Matisse Thybulle, both still sidelined for Portland, but Robert Williams III is expected to go. And the Oregon Ducks back on the hardwood tonight, hosting UC Riverside for their season debut. It's a 7:30 game. Coverage starts at 7 o'clock right after primetime here on The Fan. The Ducks, a 16.5-point favorite to open the season. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Got a smart speaker? It's The Fan in Fan.
All right, welcome back to our show. It's our show. It is November 4, 2024. It is time now for In the News. I am your noted newsman and a man of increase.
You are a man of increase.
As you know.
Being a man of increase?
Increase? He was not a man of increase.
He was
this weekend.
not. No.
Maybe even a man of decrease.
Boy, I can't believe they beat what I think is probably the best team in football. And then they went out and did that.
Weird.
Yeah.
The In the News Seggy is brought to you by the Advocates Injury Attorneys at advocateslaw.com. Today is National Chicken Lady Day. Do you know a chicken lady?
I don't know what that means. Like someone that serves chicken?
Yeah.
I don't. So if I go to like Dave's Nashville Chicken and there's a lady serving me chicken, is she a chicken lady, or are we talking about like old spindly gals? I don't know. With like chicken legs?
Yeah, I don't know what this is either.
Yeah, I don't know what a chicken lady is.
I think it's a woman who raises chickens.
So a farmer, a female farmer, chicken farmer.
Well,
I don't know that you're necessarily a farmer just if you have chickens.
Probably not. I'm just.
You can have chickens in your backyard in Portland.
Yeah,
you don't. That's not a farm.
I'm confused. I don't get it.
Life's hard.
It is.
It is also Broadcast Traffic Professionals Day.
Hey, to all the people in traffic.
Yeah.
And by the way, that's not Victor Saragossa. That's people that are
Right.
putting together the commercials and the spots.
That's right. Yeah, so
and they're wonderful.
People don't know this, but a little inside baseball in the radio world, we have something called the traffic department. It has nothing to do with motor vehicles.
No.
It's just the people that traffic the inventory of spots.
Yes.
And that's what they do. They put it all together.
The traffic of advertisements.
They're
That's
doing
right.
yeoman's work out there.
Right. They're great. We have a great traffic department, although I never see them ever. They're never here.
Unless Isaac's brakes are light and he's coming back from the bathroom, and then that's a problem.
Yeah.
Unless what?
The brakes are light and you're coming back from the bathroom.
Yeah,
then
then
that's
they
a
yell.
problem.
Yeah, then I get a nasty email from them. But I think they're working from home. Well, police have nabbed the Vancouver Mall shooter.
Yeah. He's in a Joker mask.
Yeah, his name's Travis Ward. He's a 32-year-old man, and he was at a residence in Gresham, and they arrested him for the shooting that killed one and wounded two others.
Yeah. They stalked him. So they put on the mask and stalked him around the mall.
Ooh,
and
that's wild.
Shot him point blank.
Yep. And he shot him multiple times as he lay on the ground.
Yeah.
Don't know what the beef was.
It said gang-related, right? I thought there was
it?
something out there that said gang-related. Maybe that was something we got from the Vancouver Ford text line.
That I don't know. But clearly it was...
Well, as you know,
at
everything
least
on
personal.
the Vancouver Ford text line is
gospel.
Yeah, is believable. But, yeah, so he was in court today.
Yeah.
One of the guys who got shot in the little footsie, he tells a harrowing tale. I was reading, forget who had an interview with him, but he was just a regular dude. He was just sitting there with his daughter.
Yeah.
Because it was Halloween, and they stopped to get something to eat, and they had a burrito, and he said, took one bite of the burrito, and he's like, oh my God, that can't be gunshots.
Yeah.
But it was, and he was right behind him, and he's like, oh my God. And then he grabs his daughter, and he ducks behind I think he said like trash cans or a dumpster or something. He dives behind there with his little daughter, and his daughter looks at him and goes, Dad, you're bleeding. And he's like, what? And it was this little footsie.
Yeah.
And he's fine, but it's harrowing.
And then the other bros got it in his torso, and he says that they're probably just going to leave it in there.
Yeah.
They're like, oh.
Like a man.
He's going Teddy Roosevelt. He's like, I'll be fine. So, yeah, it's absolutely terrifying. Oh, yeah, people were crying and running around. So,
well, yeah, it's brutal.
Yeah, so he was in court today, and he was wearing the bulletproof vest and all that. So, yeah, he's going to jail forever. Charged with murder and 2 counts of attempted murder.
You know what's weird?
James A. Perez, by the way, Jahar by his family members, he was the person who was actually killed.
Yeah, I didn't see his name anywhere. James Perez.
James A. Perez.
Rest in peace.
Yes.
You know what's weird is like when you're at a function like that and you hear gunshots, you think the worst. You think like active shooter who's roaming around just shooting everyone.
Yeah.
And so everybody runs and goes crazy, like, and rightly so. It's like,
yeah,
you know,
well, you
just
should
get out of here. But then you realize it's just one shooter who killed one person, and that's terrible. But is there a little bit of relief that it's like, oh, it was just a...
Yeah, at least it was a
No.
targeted sort of shooting.
But then why does the shooter, like, you just ruined your whole life.
Yes.
You killed this guy.
Yes.
So why don't, like, so I'm to I am to gather that the shooter has morals because he only shoots this guy.
Well, he wasn't there to commit mass murder. He was just there to commit
personal
murder.
beef.
Yeah.
No, I know, but does that mean he has morals?
Wow. I don't know if he has. Yeah, maybe some sort of code.
I was going to say he may have a code.
There's code.
Well, he doesn't want to kill indiscriminately, which I guess is a
good thing.
A good thing because
But he's okay just killing in a mall.
That he had a problem
with a
with
mask
this, bro.
on, with little kids.
Did you see the photo? He showed up with 2 gals and a little girl in a princess costume.
Yeah.
They just walked into the mall, and then my man puts on the Joker mask, and then is like, I'm gonna go find this guy and kill him. Which, by the way, I'm just saying, like, if you're trying to hide your identity, you showed up without a mask. Are you not familiar with the concept of cameras, like everywhere? Doesn't really do any good to put the mask on after you're in the mall. But
don't you think they would have got him anyway? Like
probably,
because I mean, obviously they had a problem.
But if you're going to think far enough ahead to use the mask, use it before you walk inside.
Well, and how about why are you taking him out in a mall in front of everyone? Like
Probably just because you knew he was going to be there from somebody else. My guess is it was out of convenience, not out of
convenience. Yes.
Well, I mean, like, no, I mean, if you know someone's going to be a place, then it's easy to find them.
I understand, but I think that maybe part of this, I don't know because I've never murdered anyone.
Yeah.
But if I were to take somebody out that I dislike, I would maybe want to try to get away with it.
Yeah.
And one way that would certainly not help my cause is shooting them in plain sight right there in the...
I think the problem lies in that we've talked about this. I'm not saying my man's insane, but if you are willing to shoot someone in the middle of the mall, chances are the elevator is not at the top floor, and you're thinking rationally. And my guess is that Travis is sitting there. Is that his name, Travis? Right? My guess is he's sitting there right now being like, yeah, I probably should have thought a little harder about that one.
You think so? Yeah. Or do you think he's like, yeah?
No, I'm guessing he's like, yeah, hell. Because again...
Well, it's just sad all around.
It is. It's bad. And everyone's kind of clamming up about why he did it, which means there's probably something.
Yeah, that could be gang-related thing because they don't snitch.
He would not. No one. The girlfriend and him. No one's giving any explanation as to why.
They're like, leave us alone.
Yeah. So.
Hey,
probably something to do with that.
Do you know what the coolest thing made in Oregon is?
I saw this list.
Oh, you did?
I did.
Huh. So you do know.
But I did not today. Before I saw this, and I don't know if I agree with the list.
Well, we'll get to that next on In the News here on The Fan.
This is The Fan's Window into Sports, a view into today's top stories, brought to you by Window Nation, online at windownation.com.
4th and goal at the 1 of Ohio State. Awane in motion, snap to Drew Aller, looking to throw. Aller lobs into the end zone, incomplete as that ball was thrown for Dinkins, and back there to cover was safety Caleb Downs. Buckeyes take over on Downs.
The Penn State offense in general sucks. Drew Aller, I continue to say, sucks. I don't know if I've ever seen more unimaginative garbage like red zone play calling in my life.
And yet they had the tackle going in motion like it was something exotic. Like, what are you doing?
Actually, he was one of their starting guards. So they took the starting guard out to put in a backup guard to send that guy in motion to do nothing. What the hell's the point
Silly
of that?
stuff.
Window into Sports brought to you by Window Nation. In November, 50% off all window styles this month and 0% interest for 60 months. Schedule your estimate by calling 866-90-NATION or logging on to windownation.com.
Big house or fun house?
Trips to the right for Gabriel. Turn and hand it off. Trying to find something in the middle, nothing there. Whittington comes outside, straight arm.
Yeah, somebody said with this shooter, a lot of those guys do it publicly for the gang to see, and that's how they get stripes and move up the chain. And remember, most gangs run the prisons.
So he's going to be living high on the hog?
Well,
be
I don't
knee
know.
deep in toilet wine? I'm not certain that's...
Yeah, he did that all for a better life.
I don't know much about the gang life, but I do know that that's a whole culture that I don't understand. And
Does anyone really want to go to... Like, hey, you're going to join our gang, and all you have to do is go to prison for the rest of your life? I don't know.
Perhaps that's some of it. I don't know. What is the coolest thing made in Oregon?
I disagree, by the way, with this.
Apparently, it is a single-engine plane.
The E1000 GX.
Yes, it's built in Bend by Epic Aircraft. It is rivaling business jets. It has been named the coolest thing made in Oregon, and it was selected out of more than 250 nominations for the coolest thing made in Oregon contest, which was held by the Oregon Business and Industry. Which was held by Oregon Business and Industry and Here is Oregon, which is some other group. I don't know. But I'm looking at the bracket here. Now, this plane is pretty cool.
Yeah, it costs like $4.5 million. It is just a single-engine plane, but
6 seats.
It's like the best single-engine plane. I don't know. I guess it's got good payload and.
Well, it says that it is the most fuel-efficient single-engine plane in its class. It features 1,200 horsepower turboprop engine that can reach 333 knots and 34,000 feet. It can fly halfway across the United States pretty quickly, noting that it can travel from Bend to Portland in less than 30 minutes.
Okay.
And yes, $4.5 million is all it would take to get one of those.
Can't most airplanes do that, or
30 minutes?
It would seem like it. That's not a. I mean, it's a.
It doesn't
pretty
seem
short
all that.
drive.
No, I mean it's just.
I thought you were going to say like 12 minutes, and I was going to be like, well, that's cool.
It's like the same thing. It's like to drive to Seattle, right? It takes about 3.5 hours, like to get to Bend. And
would you like the bracket?
I saw the bracket, and that's why I said look. Oops. I mean, it's a cool airplane and all, but if there's an agility robot in this thing,
yeah.
I mean,
Agility Robotics made a robot named Digit, and it only made the quarterfinals, didn't even make the semis.
Yeah.
It was defeated by Oregon Tool, the Diamond Chainsaw Chain.
Yeah, which again also is pretty cool. They had one that generated. It was something that made hydrogen. They had an electric airplane engine. Wouldn't that be cooler than just a regular airplane, like an EV airplane engine?
We also had the multi-tool Leatherman was on the list. That made the semis.
Did you see the Portland Poo, the loo? A public toilet made the list.
Oh, the Portland Loo,
The Portland Loo. It's an innovative anti-graffiti public toilet.
Well, that was no match for the Yakima wool blanket from Pendleton.
And let me tell you what, that's a quality blanket.
Is it?
Yeah, I love Pendleton blankets.
So Leatherman beat Pendleton for the right to take on Tillamook Ice Cream.
Yeah.
And Leatherman actually made it all the way to the final against Epic Aircraft, and Epic Aircraft won.
Wait, Tillamook Ice Cream ahead of Tillamook Cheese?
Tillamook Cheese did not make the list.
Cheese isn't even on here.
You know what did make the list? And if I have to vote for what's the coolest thing, the Beaver Sweet Hot Mustard made the list.
Oh, those are
Beaver
good.
Mustard's
And let me tell you
great.
right now, that's specific because the Beaver brand, all their condiments, but that Sweet Hot Mustard, let me tell you what, Beaver Mustard, you sweet bastards, that's the best thing on that list. You think you like your sandwich now? Put some Sweet Hot Beaver Mustard on there, and now we're talking.
Side note, ever eaten beaver?
Whoa.
All the time.
It was it lost in the first round.
Yeah. I didn't like it.
So the semifinalists were the this aircraft, the Diamond Chainsaw Chain from Oregon Tool, the Leatherman, and Tillamook Ice Cream.
I've never heard of Timberline vodka, but that was on there.
Yeah. Oh, Timberline's pretty good vodka.
I don't know that one.
Yeah. A bottle of that.
I don't drink a lot of vodka except in my White Russians, and I'm not drinking that. Wesco Boots.
Yeah.
There was a wood pallet products from Timber Stoves.
I always wanted to do a pallet. I always wanted to have a pallet company.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
why is that?
Well, because I just think it would be easy and cheap. Well, not easy. Every business is, but you know what I mean. Like,
seems pretty straightforward. You have pallets.
Well, that's right, and you just deal them out. You get them to where they need to go, and you're good. And
it's an interesting dream.
You can make them.
It's very mundane.
Well, you can make them for next to nothing, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, this looks like it's
just
wood
wooden
pallet products, but it's like there's a lot of heaters and fireplaces and stuff. I don't know what.
I should have dealt in pallets. I wouldn't be here.
It's all about that pallet, that big pallet money.
That's right.
Yeah.
Corner the market on pallets. Never go broke.
Someone's probably already got it though.
I know that's the problem.
Yeah.
The reason I had this idea is that one of the guys I used to bartend for was filthy rich, and all he did was owned a pallet company. That's the only reason I'm saying this.
I know.
I'm like, his name was Chris Mann.
Yeah.
He was the greatest tipper in the world. The guy had more money than he knew what to do with.
Pallets.
And that's what he did. Pallets. Yeah. And he'd play golf.
I know.
And I'm like, do you ever actually show up to your company? He's like, I don't need to do that.
Isn't it great? I know a guy that has his own airplane and he sells garbage. He takes garbage and he sells it to overseas people. And it's
That's
like,
it.
what? He sells our garbage to them, and yet he's got his own plane. Yeah, it's nice you meet people and you're like, yeah, you make money in pallets and trash.
Yeah, I could use a gig like that someday. I could see that.
Very simple. Keep it simple, right? Or you could just be hawk to a girl.
That probably helps too.
Spit on that thing.
I don't know if she has airplane money, but it's getting there.
Concrete jungle, wet dream tomato.
I just can't believe.
You can't?
I just...
The Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com bring you In the News, November 4, 2024. The Hot 5 at 5 is next. It is chock full of sports goodness when we return on The Fan.
Hey, it's Suk, and let's talk about your hair.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brought to you by Reynolds Defense Firm. If you've been arrested for DUI, you need a team of attorneys that you can put your trust into. Call Reynolds Defense Firm today online at reynoldsdefensefirm.com. First on The Fan, some potentially positive news for Oregon football fans today as ESPN's Pete Thamel reports that Ducks receiver Tez Johnson's shoulder injury is not expected to be season-ending and will not require surgery. Number 1, Oregon plays Maryland this Saturday at Autzen Stadium with a 4 p.m. kick time. The Ducks' next kickoff time against Wisconsin has also been announced. That one at 4:30 our time, 6:30 local. Week 9 in the NFL wraps up tonight with the Chiefs hosting the Buccaneers on Monday Night Football. Receiver DeAndre Hopkins making his Kansas City debut. That one will kick in about 15 minutes over on ESPN. Down in New Orleans, Dennis Allen has been fired from his position as the Saints head coach after losing 7 in a row. The Raiders have fired most of their offensive staff, including offensive coordinator Luke Getsy. 49ers running back Christian McCaffrey has returned to practice and is expected to make his season debut next weekend against Tampa. And reports out of Dallas indicate that quarterback Dak Prescott will miss multiple weeks after sustaining a hamstring injury against the Falcons. CeeDee Lamb, meanwhile, sustained an AC joint sprain, but is not expected to miss any time. The Blazers are in the Big Easy tonight, taking on the Pelicans for the third straight time this season. Tip-off is at 6:30. Shaedon Sharpe and Matisse Thybulle both still out for Portland, but Robert Williams III is expected to play. For sports scores and stories in 30 minutes, I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Got a smart speaker? It's the Fan in your office and every room of your home. Tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Good afternoon. At the tone, Pacific Daylight Time will be...
It's 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock.
One step closer to my own personal hell.
This is Primetime on Sports Radio 1080 The Fan.
We expect the best. We're not afraid to break someone. Do you hear me?
Primetime is your source for the best in local, regional, and national sports.
Go ahead and clap. Mediocrity deserves applause.
Isaac Robb.
I'm miserable. I had to get up at 10 o'clock this morning.
Jason Sakanik.
I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude.
Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
All right. Welcome back. Hope you're having a nice little Monday. It's your sports bros, Rop and Sook. I'm Rop. Big Sook's right over there.
Right here.
Oh, dude.
Look at him. Ryan Buckley is here.
Now watch this drive.
I'll try to figure out how to corner the market on pallets.
Yeah, we were told by RJ, P1 RJ, he's a Costco bro.
Mm-hmm.
We were told that pallet safety is closely scrutinized in his line of work.
Yeah, apparently we were going to get all fast and loose with pallets, and he's saying no.
Well, I feel like that's just a bribe or two of a key politician, and we should be good.
My jiu-jitsu gym is in like an industrial area, and so there's like, I don't know how this is like regulated, but on any given day when you go over there, you can see like a stack of like 50 pallets.
Yeah.
And I think to myself, and they're not strapped in or whatever. I'm like, how is that safe? So RJ's over here telling me that there's a lot of pallet restrictions. Not from what I can tell.
Well, I think what he's saying is like if I give Costco a bunch of pallets, they better not break. But once you're done with the pallets and you are stacking them over in the corner of Costco, that's on you.
Because you always see a bro like driving like an old like S10 pickup, and he's got like 19 of them stacked up.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there, and there's just like a bungee cord holding them down. I'm like, how is that legal?
Yeah, it's probably not.
We're going to have the greatest pallets. No one is ever going to see pallets like these. It's going to say they want my pallets.
Missed my calling.
Yeah. You can be a pallet guy.
Could have been the pallet king.
Could have been the pallet king.
Not exactly on the straight and narrow, but Rop the pallet bro had a vision.
They did.
The Asachi brand of pallets.
Guys.
The finest pallet anyone has ever seen.
This is a good lesson for you kids. Never let that great idea just float away. Isachi. Chase your dreams, your pallet dreams.
Like we were going to do beef jerky business cards.
That's right.
We're already getting Christmas commercials, by the way.
Yep.
I told Isaac my kid wore a Grinch sweatshirt to school today.
It's here.
Yeah, the kids are all excited because Halloween's over.
Yeah. So we just skip right over Thanksgiving and move into Christmas.
Well, my son was bummed that people around us were taking their Halloween decorations down because he liked seeing them all the time. And we explained, well, the Christmas decorations will come next. Maybe not for a while, but he's like, Christmas? He had no idea that was around
the kid's like, he's like, oh my God, this world is so great. I go straight from getting free candy from neighbors to putting on my Grinch shirt and getting presents.
Yeah, something like that.
God,
I will say because the commercial that came on is the John Travolta Santa commercial.
Is that Walmart?
I love that. I think it's Capital One. So it's a credit card, a venture or whatever.
That was close. I
love that John Travolta commercial. Well, first off, he looks great as Santa. The hair is on point, white, and he's doing the Santa disco. I love that. That may be just me. Everyone else may hate that commercial, but every time I see it, I get in the holiday spirit. I was like, oh, Christmas is here. John Travolta. All right.
I love the holidays. This is a great time of year. And I'm not one to chastise you for already having your Christmas lights up. I'm not one to chastise you for getting your Christmas tree whenever you want to get your damn Christmas tree.
However you want to do it.
Because I get it. It's fun time.
It is.
We actually thought this year, we never do this, but Thanksgiving is so late, and then my wife goes on a work trip right after. We're going to get our tree before Thanksgiving this year, and we never do that.
I might put up my tree tonight. I mean, it's just a fake one.
Yeah, a fake tree. We're a fake tree family now. It's controversial. When
You'll never go back to.
Probably not.
If you have a real tree, and I'm a real tree guy, but we have a fake tree now, small house, you know, a lot of different factors. But once you get the fake tree, you don't go back.
Well, we leave for Christmas. We go somewhere.
It's
so
just easier. Everything it's just way easier. Even though I'd like to have a real tree, it's a compromise I'm willing to make.
If I was going to be home for Christmas, I still feel like I would go do the real tree. But, you know, when you're gone, then you're leaving it there and no one's there to water it and fire hazard. And then let's be honest, I don't want to take it down. Getting the tree, fine. Removing it, it's a pain.
I'm turning on my lights tonight.
It's still kind of a novelty for me because in California, you just walk through a parking lot and pick a Christmas tree. There's so many, like, you can cut them yourself farms in Oregon. That's it's kind of a neat thing.
Yeah, especially with little kids.
Yeah, it's an activity. It's built in.
It's the land of milk and honey out here for Christmas trees.
Yeah.
It's so true. I've gone Christmas tree shopping with my brother and his wife down in San Diego.
You just walk through a parking lot. It's like,
they go to Fred Meyer or Home Depot, and there's a fenced-off area with a bunch of trees, and you pick one.
They probably got delivered in from Oregon.
When I lived in La Center,
exactly,
we had so many Christmas tree farms, and there was people that did it. They did a nice job. You know, they gave you little Santa things and hot chocolates.
Oh yeah, people are building them out now, where there's
did a
little
nice
food
job.
stands and stuff for kids to do.
All right, well, enough about that. Oregon quiets the big house, or was it already quiet?
See what you did there.
Well, we had boots on the ground there, so I was picking the brain of one of our listeners and friends who was there.
Did it get loud at all?
He said no. He said there. I'll tell you all
was
about.
Was it Dusty Hara? He was also there.
He was there, and I heard a major gaffe by Dusty Hara on the broadcast. Yep. I'm not going to call him out on
You
it.
need the dump button?
He knows. No.
Gonna get awkward.
At any rate, report from the big house is coming up. We'll finish off our college football mani-pedi. Quincy Jones has passed. We'll talk about that in the club. And the hot new Christmas trend of 2024.
Ooh, I do love Christmas trends.
But right now, the Hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions.
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
And hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victorico's Mexican Food. Discover Victorico's new savory menu items. Order in-store, online, or get it delivered straight to your door at victoricos.com. Number 5.
Former Oregon State outfielder Stephen Kwan becomes just the 5th player in baseball history to win a Gold Glove in each of his first 3 seasons.
The Quaner.
The others are Johnny Bench, former Rockies catcher Charles Johnson, Ichiro, and Nolan Arenado.
Some nice company right there.
Except for Charles Johnson.
Yeah, I know. I was like, huh? Did you also see that Bobby won his first one?
Yeah, Bobby Witt.
Bobby Witt.
Rightly so.
There's a bunch of newcomers.
He's amazing.
And the big dumper, Cal Raleigh, won one for your Seattle Mariners.
The Yankees are keeping Garrett Cole. He has opted into a 4-year, $144 million extension. This is the same one that he opted out of last week.
Yeah, just to get more money.
But now they're going to try to get him more money with a big extension.
Just to see, too, speaking of Mariners, Dylan Moore won a Gold Glove as a utility guy.
What?
Yeah, I know.
You can do that?
I didn't know. I was looking through the list of
So you're the best fielder of the guys who don't play very much or play all over?
Yes.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
He plays every position, doesn't he?
So yeah,
Besides catcher.
So Raleigh won the Gold Glove as catcher, and then Dylan Moore. So the Mariners have 2 Gold Gloves.
I didn't know they gave one out for that.
Also, the great Seth Lugo
My guy.
of your Kansas City Royals.
Players aren't the only ones popping in and out of NBA lineups. Now we've got coaches.
Oh yeah.
75-year-old Spurs coach Greg Popovich is out indefinitely. Reports he had been sick and had a health issue before Saturday's game. The Blazers are taking on those Spurs on Thursday. In the meantime, they'll be in New Orleans tonight. 3rd meeting with the Pels. You know, the Blazers are 2-5 after properly losing their last 2 games.
Yes.
College basketball is getting underway. We have Oregon UC Riverside tonight on the Fan at 7:30. We also have a really good top 10 matchup in Spokane. Gonzaga is number 6. They are hosting number 8 Baylor.
I'll be watching Riverside, to be honest with you. I like that matchup a little better. Are you kidding me?
And the Oregon women's team is currently only up 20 on California Baptist. In the 3rd quarter, it is 51-31.
I love early season college basketball where you get these games. You're like, who the hell are you playing?
It's like 93-12.
Yeah, California Baptist. And then you find out that they're just, the tallest player on that team is 5'4". Like, I don't know. It's a bunch of wannabe nuns.
Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott will miss multiple weeks with a hamstring injury they have learned is worse than they initially thought. Dallas with Philly, Houston, and Washington next up. They're saying Cooper Rush will start in his place, not Trey Lance.
That's how bad Trey Lance is. He can't beat out Cooper Rush.
As for receiver CeeDee Lamb, he's okay, could play this week. The trade deadline is tomorrow. The Lions could be getting pass rush help as Aiden Hutchinson is hurt. They are talking with the Browns about acquiring defensive end Zadarius Smith. Also, the Cardinals made a move today. They lead the NFC West, and they have traded for Broncos pass rusher Baron Browning in exchange for a 6th-round pick.
Yeah, we could have an active trade deadline. There's a lot of rumors swirling around there. And if I'm the Lions, I'd aim a little higher. I'd go see if some people are having some fire sales. Because they've got cap space. Got $30+ million in cap space. I'd call about that other rusher that Cleveland has.
Yeah, the trade deadline tomorrow, I think at 1:30 our time. 7-0 Chiefs host the 4-4 Bucks on Monday Night Football tonight. Kansas City having won 21 of their last 22 games, including the playoffs. Do you remember when the upstart Saints were 2-0 and they averaged 45 points per game?
And we told you this is not sustainable what they're doing, and boy, was it not.
Well, they're now 2-7, and they have just fired their coach, Dennis Allen. They were averaging 45 a game in their first two, but just 17 points a game since.
You know, Derek Carr has now gotten him fired twice.
Where was the other one? Oh,
Oakland.
When he got fired with the Raiders, Derek Carr was his
Dennis Allen's a terrible head coach.
He is a terrible
Terrible.
But Carr hasn't even been playing.
I'm just saying, he's been the starting quarterback twice.
He comes back for one game. They lose to Carolina. Poof, gone.
Losing to
He hates Dennis Allen.
Losing to Carolina and Bryce Young will indeed get you fired.
Did you see the Carr brothers have the most losses of any quarterbacks in their first season all the way through their 10th season? Starting with David Carr first 3 seasons, and then Derek Carr seasons 4 through 9.
Oh, gosh. Well, the Saints are a mess. They need to
most
reset
losses
that.
for any
Whole
starting
thing.
quarterback through that many seasons. 1 through 9 belongs to a Carr brother.
Number 1.
That's unbelievable.
See, by the way, there's $60 million over the cap next year, and they do not have players that they can just get rid of. That organization, they are into it for a while. That's not going to get good. And by the way, Chris Olave, that's 5 concussions now in his career, including this one where it looked like he was dead. We need to have the tour conversation about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not good.
The first college football playoff rankings will be out tomorrow. In the meantime, Oregon finally unanimous number 1. That is the first time in school history they've achieved that.
Oh.
Georgia remains number
That's
2.
kinda fun.
Ohio State, Miami, and Texas are 3, 4, 5 this week. Indiana cracks the top 10 for just the 5th time in their school's history. Hoosiers come in at number 8. Tez Johnson update. This from Pete Thamel of ESPN. He says his shoulder injury is not considered season-ending. He will not have surgery and is expected back at some point later in the season. Ducks hosting Maryland this week, and then it's that road trip to Wisconsin. We learned the game time for the game at Camp Randall this week. We learned that today, and that will kick off at 4:30 Pacific on NBC.
Just realized that not this week, but next week, Indiana is going to the shoe with a berth in the Big Ten title on the line.
Hell yeah.
What
Google
the
me.
hell?
Okay, let's say right now, and Buck, will you write this down?
Yes.
What does everyone think the point spread on that game will be?
I bet
It's
you're
in Columbus,
it's
right?
In Columbus.
In Columbus.
In Columbus. I'm going to say Ohio State will be favored by 4.5. It's going to
Ooh.
be closer than you think.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm going to go 9.5.
Oh man,
Let's see how close we are.
I was gonna be closer to Suk. I was gonna say like 5.5.
Okay, jot those down, and then next week we'll.
You say 9 or 9.5?
I said 9.5, and maybe even 10. A cool, easy 10.
Think a cool, easy 10, huh?
I mean, I don't know. I'm no odds maker, but
I guess it's 2. I thought it was a week from now. I guess it's 2 weeks. I apologize.
Damn it, Sukanic.
I thought we only had one more week, but no.
Good news. We can do this exercise again
We
next
got to
Monday.
get through Purdue and Northwestern before we get to Indiana.
They have a look-ahead light on Ohio State, Indiana. Maybe
Sure
we
they
can
do.
look
I
it up
bet they
now.
do. Hold on.
Yeah, they've got to.
The Hot 5 brought to you by Victor Rico's Mexican Food. Discover Victor Rico's new savory menu items. Order in store, online, or delivered straight to your door at victorricos.com.
Oh, and Indiana. Indiana gets a bye before that game.
Ooh.
Let's go.
Oh, you know what?
Man of increase.
Right now,
What's it at?
one Isaac Everett Ropp is all over it. 9.5.
It is
9.5.
9.5.
Boy, I'll
At
take.
FanDuel Bally's.
You want some of that? I'll take. I'll
You'll take Indiana?
I'll take Indiana if you're
I'll-
going to give me 9 points.
I can't do it. I'll take Ohio State.
All right.
I just can't. I can't bet. Come on, Indiana. I mean, I get it, but
Yeah.
I kind of don't.
Ohio
State by 40.
I'll take the 9.
Okay, maybe not 40. Ohio State 39, Indiana 23. How about that?
39-23?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll do that.
A lot of faith in that Ohio State O-line right now.
Yeah, it's really more the lack of faith in Indiana to really close. I mean, come on. They're not going to go undefeated.
You question Signetti at your own
Dude,
peril.
they're
Google
not.
him,
Come
bitch.
on.
Google him. Wait till they beat the hell out of Michigan and then get a week to prepare. I'm all in. I'm buying an Indiana shirt right now. Google me, bitch.
I'm Johnny.
I've got confirmed information.
information.
The Hoosiers.
Oregon quiets the Big House. Next on The Fan.
Oregon Ducks football is on the
Well, Oregon certainly did cook on Michigan's grill this weekend.
Yeah, it was never really.
Winning at the Big House.
It just wasn't competitive.
Nope, another lame Big Ten game.
Yeah.
But
You know, a version of Dan Lanning had something to say about that butt kicking.
Yeah, the AI Dan Lanning.
Have you heard AI Dan Lanning?
Oh,
yet?
yeah. Someone sent this to me over the weekend. It was a la the Kirk Ferentz. I guess that was Brian Ferentz. Get a ladder and climb
Maybe
out
it's
of my
time to
ass.
grab a hold of your little step ladders and go ahead and climb out of my ass for a while.
The Oregon Ducks walked into the big house today, and we absolutely curb stomped those filthy fucking sign stealers in front of their own fans. Our offense played all right. Dylan Gabriel threw for 300 and a tutty with another one on the ground, and our defense shut out the Wolverines on that key fourth down late in the game. Anyways, the Ducks are the #1 team in this entire fucking nation, and of course we're running the table on the Big Ten. It's a shit conference with a bunch of basketball schools, and we've got an easy path to the playoffs. Quack, quack, y'all. I'll see you guys next week.
How about that? Sounds just like him.
Yeah.
If it weren't quite so choppy, the pauses were a little bit better.
It's a little
ringer.
it's a little robotic and stiff, and that's
Well,
to
he
be
kind of
expected.
talks like that though. He kind of.
It's a little robotic, but it's nice. I like it.
His cadence is a little robotic, but yeah, just needs a
Stop.
little bit of cleanup.
I like the sign stealing. Beep. Good times.
It's an S conference full of basketball schools. I like that too.
Well, it's the largest crowd ever to watch Oregon.
Yeah.
They have never played in front of a bigger crowd, 110,576.
Yeah.
And from the P1 boots on the ground that of the people that I've talked to, one, Masters Pete was there, and he said the place is very overrated. It wasn't loud at all. And that was the second time he's been there.
And literally everyone that goes there just constantly loves to crap on that place.
Well, I think there is an element that we talked about this last week. There is an element of just because it's big doesn't mean it's hostile.
Yeah.
And that is what we're finding out now that we've moved into the Big Ten here about Ohio State and Michigan is they really aren't. They're cool places to play, but they're not hostile environments. They're just not.
Yeah.
Their fans are great. I was told by RJ, who was there, he said their fans are wonderful and they're very humbled. So they weren't talking a lot of trash. Of course, they take every opportunity to point to their 2023 championship banner.
As well they should, by the way.
But they bonded over the fact that Oregon beat Ohio State.
Oh, there you
Michigan
go.
fans love that.
Yeah.
And
enemy of my enemy sort of thing.
well, yeah, and Michigan beat Washington in the championship game
Yeah.
last year. So Michigan and Oregon fan, I think, shook hands and bro hugged this weekend. Now I don't know if maybe some sort of rivalry brews over time in the Big Ten with Michigan, but right now their fans seem on the same page in their hatred of Washington and Ohio State.
All I know is when you're throwing through a $1.64, you know your team ain't doing anything. So I think they knew the ass kick. Like if you were a Michigan fan, you knew early on that
and they
game,
knew going into the game.
Yeah.
He said that's what you go to the tailgates and they're like, just take it easy on us. Like when a team's down, you know it. And Michigan, it's just that's the circumstance this year. They did not have what it takes to compete
last
with
year
Oregon.
you roughed everyone up, you won your national title, and that's gonna sustain you for a while. But you knew what was coming, and they don't have an offense to speak of, none. And when you leave your defense out there, bad stuff happens. So.
Well, the worst thing is injuries. You like you get out of there.
And Michigan was getting hurt too. Michigan lost. They're already down a bunch of guys, and they both quarters were out.
No offense to Michigan, I don't really care about that. I was talking about Oregon just staying healthy. Like, look, if they're going to really finish this off, they have got to stay healthy. And two key players went down in that game.
Yeah.
Harper on the offensive line and Tez Johnson.
Yeah.
And I've been saying all along, I just think if fully healthy, their receiving core is what's going to win them the championship. If they win a championship, I really feel like it's going to come down to those receivers rising above in a big game against whether it be a Georgia or another Ohio State matchup or Texas. You cannot stop those guys. There's too many of them.
Did you watch?
But now Tez is hurt.
Yeah, but they say it's probably not season ending. So
I mean, they're still deep.
Yeah,
but you can't. I mean, this is where things start to pile up in November. You get a couple injuries like that.
And Harper, when I said supposedly, I guess in the sidelines, he told Dan Lanning he's going to be okay, but every O-lineman believes he's going to be okay. So we'll see what happens there because at the beginning of the year, the O-line was problematic. So yeah, you get a couple injuries or God forbid something happens to your quarterback. And let's not forget, like when Dennis Dixon went down, that Oregon team was as good as anyone in the country. And then, Dixon gets hurt and everything goes to hell. So you're so right. Just stay healthy and keep this thing together because it's a long way. The regular season, I feel like it's just on rose petals now. But then the Big Ten title game, which gets you a bye.
What is it? It's Maryland.
It's Maryland,
Wisconsin,
and
Washington.
and Washington.
And Wisconsin's sitting there and waiting now for 2 weeks because they don't play this week, so they do get a bye leading into the Oregon game.
But they just got waxed, didn't they?
Yeah,
well, they have
41-10 against Iowa, and they're like doing some soul searching.
If
But
you-
it is at Wisconsin.
If you look at their schedule, they haven't anybody good they've played, they've lost to by double digits, including USC.
Yeah, they're not good.
So forgive me for not thinking that is a stumbling block game.
Not.
It's just not. It's going to go the same way of the Michigan game and the Illinois game and the Purdue game and the freaking Michigan State game.
Look, the bottom line is, I mean, Oregon's going to the playoff, and then once you get to the playoff, then it's
the question is, I think
the
you're
bye.
right. I think that's the question. The question right now is with Oregon, they are good enough to get this thing to the Big Ten title game. Can you beat Ohio State a second time? If you do, you get a bye in the first round. If you don't, you're going to be playing that first weekend, and it's probably going to be at Autzen.
Yeah.
Against a really fun opponent.
Maybe Boise State again. Right?
Possibly.
Yeah, possibly.
Could be
So-
the 5, yeah.
Yeah, 5 versus 12 matchup sort of thing. So we'll see what happens, but it does feel like the playoff is inevitable. It's just a matter of, do you have the bye, and then what are those matchups? But yes, this team, when healthy, especially this year, I do not think that there is a dominant team. As good as Oregon is, Oregon's not dominant.
No, but they're the best team in the country.
I think so. I think they're the most complete team in the country. And when I look around, I've always said in the years past, it's always felt, even with the good Oregon teams, it always felt like maybe someone else was looming, like a Georgia or a Bama or Ohio State or something. You looked at it, you're like, yeah, man, I don't really want to play them. I don't think there's a team that if you're Oregon, you look at and you're like, I don't want to play them. I mean, obviously there's teams that can beat. Ohio State damn near did it. Boise State damn near did it. I mean,
and Georgia could, or Texas
and
could,
Georgia
or
could, and Texas. Any of these teams are capable of beating Oregon, but I don't think that there is a matchup that you look at and say that I'm particularly
we got our
scared
hands
of.
too full. We can't.
I think
handle
that's
that one.
right.
And I think that's the first time you could ever say that. And so the hard part is that when you get there, you got it's one thing to beat a team at home in a close one against Ohio State, right? At Autzen. It's another thing on a neutral field to beat Ohio State and then beat Georgia and then beat Texas 3 weeks in a row. That, I don't care who you are, that's just a mother bear of a task. And that's just the reality of the college football world. It is way harder to win a national title now than it was before. It was harder to get there, but once you were there, you had a puncher's chance against anyone. Now you got to do it week after week after week. It's tough.
This is why I'm saying you have to stay healthy.
Yeah.
And so this is the first time, because they've been actually, even though they've had some injuries, they've been remarkably healthy up until now.
And Birch came back. He was playing.
But now you know it's like, okay, so that happens against Michigan, and then you go into a game against Maryland, and what if another 1 or 2 happens? It starts to, it can catch up to you quick.
It's also why building your depth really matters.
It
It's
really
like
matters, yeah.
going and getting an Evan Stewart in the portal makes all the difference, because you don't miss a guy like Tez as much. Obviously, you can't make up for that, but
but
the
you
depth
need,
they built.
But that's true. But you need guys. You need the big studs
for sure
in the biggest games. Look, their defense has played 2 teams capable of any offense. 2. And they gave up 34 and 32.
Yeah.
So to me, this
score.
comes down to Oregon scoring, and I don't see a defense out there that scares you. With Gabriel and those receivers, if they are healthy, I don't know who stops that.
No, I mean, Penn State completely got shut down by Ohio State secondary, and they couldn't really do anything against the Ohio State D line, and we saw Oregon go through it. I mean, Ohio State had to change. They're like, hey, you can run the ball on us because we can't play managed coverage on the outside. And you look at Georgia, dude. Carson Beck, I think he's thrown 11 interceptions in the last 5 games.
He threw 3 again on Saturday.
God,
didn't he?
dude, that certainly doesn't scare you. I think Texas is obviously a very good offense, but again, I don't think you look at that offense and you're like, oh my God, what are we going to do against it? Maybe the team that scares you the most is Indiana.
Maybe. I would say that the defensive fronts of Georgia and Texas, if motivated,
sure,
that's the best.
They've got the horses.
That's the best way to knock Oregon off its game, right there.
Because the one thing Ohio State couldn't do, especially when they were playing man coverage, is they could not get consistent pressure and get to Dylan Gabriel.
I saw what Georgia did to Texas in that first half, and
mauled
dude, those bros, that's not a team you want to see.
No, they mauled them up front.
And then you do things like muffin punts, like Tez gets hurt and they put in Pelham and he muffs a punt, like little things like that. That's going to come back to bite you.
Absolutely.
In bigger games. But for right now, they're just not playing teams that can take advantage.
Yeah.
A little surprising Pelham was out there. That was his first snap of the year
That's
in any
what somebody
capacity.
said. Wasn't he like fourth string or something?
So, and I know that sometimes, though, the coaching staffs are like, the guys have 4 games in which they can play, and maybe here's a spot we can see a guy shine, but it also feels like maybe the wrong spot to not give it to one of the other guys who, like Evan Stewart, who eventually was returning him after that.
Maybe you're just trying to get guys some looks, and you feel comfortable where that game's going, and it ended up costing you. But look, again, you won going away. Michigan was never in that game, and honestly, he'll never say it. I don't think Dan Lanning was ever really scared of Michigan.
Did you also see the latest fast one that Dan Lanning pulled this week with the rules book? That was kind of interesting.
Yeah, that with the punt.
Yeah, basically he sent him out in like a wonky offensive line formation and kind of baited the nose tackle and lining up right over the center, which he's not allowed to do, and you got a penalty and a first down out of it.
Yeah, it was 4th and 4, so he got a penalty.
Got a cheap 5.
Coaxed the penalty out of him, and then got the first down.
Hey, that's some old big balls Chip. He used to do weird stuff like that.
The guy can't be stopped.
Unless Ohio State kicks a field goal, then maybe he could have been stopped.
Or calls a timeout.
It's how razor thin that game is.
I know, it's so true. I was thinking about that today.
Oregon fan, I've noticed, is a little bowed up with and I'm like, dude, that
we cannot.
Once the win was in the barn, it did not matter how they came by it at all.
No, that's very true. That was a huge night. Yeah. But we cannot get over our skis about Oregon because they're beating these SS Big Ten teams.
It's not your competition.
It's just you're really good.
Yeah.
Okay, that we know that. You're taking nothing away from them. But let's not get over our skis. You said it. They're not dominant. No. They're really good. They're probably the best team in the country, and have showed that. But
there's other teams that can
slow down.
There's other teams that can nick you.
No, I don't know about Indiana, or maybe the stupid.
Not enough of this anti-Hoosier talk.
Maybe the replay officials. They missed another one. Like, how do these?
That was unbelievable.
Yeah.
How do these Big Ten officials not see? So that was the first touchdown. It was Stewart.
Yeah, and I thought every touchdown got reviewed like the NFL.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Like, how do they keep missing these?
I don't know.
Did they not have the angle in time or something? That was so obvious. We're talking about the Evan Stewart touchdown that went through his hands and hit the turf.
He completely missed it, and they showed it on the replay. It's like, oh my god, it didn't even close. And touchdown.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't review it. I don't know.
Welcome to college officiating.
What, did they hire all the Pac-12 officials?
I guess. Well, they had to, got some extra games.
Look, basically what we're finding out is when you go from the Pac-12 to the Big Ten, you think it's like this awesome thing. It's like, wow, there's a big boy conference. It's the same crap. Crappy-ass teams, crappy-ass officials, overrated environments. It's not that great.
You know who's not overrated?
Indiana. Signetti, baby.
Get on board right now. Let's go. Come on. Google me, bitch. Get on board with the Hoosiers.
All right, we'll wrap up our college football mani-pedi next. Here's Buck.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan in college football, ESPN's Pete Thamel reports that Oregon receiver Tez Johnson's shoulder injury is not expected to be season-ending and will not require surgery. Number 1, Oregon gets Maryland this week. Saturday at 4 o'clock at Autzen Stadium, and their next game time against Wisconsin has also been announced. That'll be at 4:30 our time, 6:30 local in 2 weeks. Week 9 in the NFL wrapping up tonight with the Chiefs hosting the Buccaneers on Monday Night Football. They are currently underway. About 3 minutes left in the first quarter. It is still scoreless. Down in New Orleans, Dennis Allen has been fired from his position as the Saints head coach. The Raiders have fired offensive coordinator Luke Getsy, as well as the Las Vegas O-line and quarterback coaches. 49ers running back Christian McCaffrey has returned to San Francisco's practices and is expected to make his season debut next weekend against the Buccaneers. Reports out of Dallas indicate that quarterback Dak Prescott will miss multiple weeks with a hamstring injury, but CeeDee Lamb is not expected to miss any time with his shoulder sprain. The Blazers are in the Big Easy tonight, taking on the Pelicans for the third time this season in their first 8 games. Tip-off is at 6:30. No Shaden Sharp, no Matisse Thybulle, but Robert Williams III is expected to play. The Oregon Ducks are back on the hardwood tonight, hosting UC Riverside at 7:30. Coverage starts at 7 o'clock, immediately following primetime right here on The Fan. The Ducks are 16.5-point favorites. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
The inside story on the Blazers, Ducks, and Beavers. Danny and Dusty. Weekdays noon to 3 on the Odyssey app and 1080 The Fan. It's time for Who's Leading the Charge? A look under the hood at the coaches, players, and teams getting it done. Brought to you by Battery Exchange.
Back to throw. Gabriel steps up, gonna run. Got a block. 10, 5, Dylan Gabriel, touchdown Oregon. Design, quarterback draw, and it was blocked just the way you ask it to be blocked. Give me room to run, and Dylan Gabriel can run.
You know, we've talked about this before, but Oregon fans have got to be so spoiled by quarterback play.
I know.
With Nix and now this guy.
Yeah.
Dylan Gabriel is so good.
Well, and you look around the country, there's a good chance that another Hawaiian wearing number 8 is going to have a Heisman Trophy next to the other one.
Who's Leading the Charge? Powered by Battery Exchange. Mention code BXT10 at checkout for 10% off your entire purchase this month. Online at batteryexchange.com.
Do you have clogs? Need your water heater?
Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
Well, there he was, John Anthony. Right after the game starts. The game's well underway, and
you can still call and get confirmed information.
He's coming on here touting his picks.
You damn right.
John Anthony.
Easier to pick him once the games have started.
Hey, man, live betting. What are you talking about?
I do love a good live bet.
Yeah, well, you guys are a bunch of fools without confirmed information. Me and John Anthony, we got the goods, and he wants to go 5-0 for me.
Number 1 against the spread.
Yeah. Do you want to go 5-0 for me? I don't think you do. Yeah.
So our college football mani-pedi continues here. We'll wrap it up, okay? Looking around the world of college football over the weekend. James Franklin does it again.
James, jeez.
The third time he's lost to Ohio State after leading by 10 or more points.
After
that pick six, man, it was like, oh, baby.
Think about it. Will Howard played by far the worst game of his season. And they were playing with an absolutely reshuffled O-line that couldn't do anything against Nebraska. And yet Penn State still couldn't get it done. I mean, my God, if you're a Penn State fan, let me just say, ha ha, suck it. I'm glad that you're going through this. But I mean, it has to be absolutely maddening to think that you have all the resources at such a historically great program and you can beat you can beat like 95% of the teams in the country, but you can't beat any of the 5%. You just cannot do it. Ever.
They're 1 I think the number is
like
that they are
1-14, 1-13, something like that.
They're 1-13 against AP top 5 opponents.
I mean, my goodness.
Under Franklin.
Yeah.
1-13 against the top 5. Now,
Yeah.
I mean, you wouldn't expect that to be
but
9-4.
No, but I would expect it to have. What was the one win?
Wait, 9-5. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know.
You know,
but they're 1-23. Okay, so Franklin is 1-13 against the AP top 5. Penn State is 1-23 against AP top 5 since 2000. They've played 24 games against top 5 teams since 2000. That's a good program.
Yes.
And they've lost 23 of them. Yeah.
It's pretty much every time they play Michigan or Ohio State, they lose.
Pretty much.
And you think about it, I mean, this is what, it's not to this extent, but this is what got Bo Pelini fired at Nebraska, which is why I don't, they're not paying James Franklin $60 million to go away. I don't know who you go get, but if you're Penn State, I absolutely think it is within your, it would not be unreasonable to tell James Franklin to go find somewhere else to coach. And you have the money to do it. Penn State has as much money. I mean, remember when they were fined by the NCAA, they were fined like 40 or 50 million bucks. Penn State raised it in like half a year. Like they just had money came in and they're like, I mean, that is a big money program. And I think if you're Penn State, you do have to ask yourself, what do you want to be? Because clearly this is not like a small trend. You are not capable with this staff and this recruiting to play with those big boys. And if I'm Penn State, that's not good enough. It's just not, because like if this was Wisconsin, if this was Iowa, I get it. But Penn State, I don't know, that there's no excuse for being this bad.
I will say Jim Harbaugh had this.
Yeah.
And he had it for, I just wanted to look up how many years he was there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Locked, cocked, ready to rock.
Basically 8 years before he got over the hump.
And they made him take a pay cut.
Yeah, he was on, I mean, they were talking about that same thing you just said about James Franklin. They were saying about Jim Harbaugh, and he just won the championship.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying that James Franklin is Jim Harbaugh. Maybe there's too many blind spots there. I don't know. But that's not to say James Franklin can't eventually change this.
Yeah, but it's one thing to have a bugaboo against one team. Boy, it's a whole other thing to have a bugaboo against seemingly anyone that's elite.
Well, Penn State now they basically need Indiana or Michigan to beat Ohio State.
Yes.
Because if they don't,
they're out.
Penn State's likely out.
Although to be fair to James Franklin,
title game,
Penn State will be in the college football playoff.
And they'll probably be.
You think they will?
Oh, yeah.
And they'll probably host a game in the first round because they'll be a one-loss team.
Yeah, as a one-loss team.
So you don't think they're going to lose again? Who else do they have?
I don't think.
I think their schedule's soft the rest of the way. I'll double-check it. But
I don't think they have anything else. I remember I was kind of going through over the weekend and was looking at this. They have they got
Minnesota would be the hardest.
Washington, Purdue, Minnesota, Maryland. They're in.
The Minnesota game's at Minnesota.
Yeah.
They're 6-3.
Yeah, maybe. I would assume Penn State's in. I mean, again, these are games that James Franklin doesn't lose. He loses to good teams. But here's the thing. If you're Penn State and you make the playoff and you're like, oh, we made the playoff, and then you get drilled in week 1 and you get bounced, are we right back to are you freaking kidding me? You know, so I don't.
You're speaking Japanese.
He's not fired, but to me, there has to be as much pressure on James Franklin as any coach in the country that isn't like
Ryan Day.
Yeah.
Dude, Ryan Day might have just saved his job.
Yes.
Because that was not going well for a while.
Well, think about this. No, because again, he was losing to the one team he can't lose to, and then he loses by the slimmest of margins to Oregon, and we're talking about him, and now, you know, James Franklin isn't even in the same category of what Ryan Day's done. And by the way, who's going to start going through this and is getting kind of bitchy about it is Lincoln Riley. Lincoln Riley.
Well, he can't even beat average teams.
No, next year, that is going to be a monstrous year for USC because they are becoming irrelevant. They're becoming an afterthought. They're becoming an afterthought in recruiting in their own state. It's just, and if you've heard any of his press conference, dude, he is spinning some BS right now. That's not pretty down there.
How about credit where it's due? Especially from you.
What?
UCLA.
No.
What are you laughing at?
There will be no.
They went to
How about
Nebraska.
bucking the trend?
No.
They've
They
now
won.
gone on the road to
Yes.
beat Rutgers and Nebraska.
Yes,
They're
come
doing the
on,
time
man.
zone thing.
You want me to give UCLA credit?
Yes, I do. They deserve it.
Do they?
Yes. For as much as you piled on them.
They suck.
Well, okay, but for as much as you piled on them, they won.
And Raiola got hurt.
They won on the road at Rutgers and at Nebraska. Give them credit. This is like the time you jumped all over Arizona State for hiring Herm Edwards, and you had to come out and be like, you know what? He's not quite as bad as I thought. I still think he sucks, and it's going to end badly, which it did. But you had to give, reluctantly, you had to give credit to Herm. I think UCLA deserves credit from you.
They lost 5 in a row. They've now won 2. I'll tell you what.
I think they deserve credit from you. They're ahead of USC in the standings, aren't they?
They've got Iowa. They have my Hawkeyes.
Where's that game? In the raucous Rose Bowl?
Yes. That is in the Rose Bowl.
Did you see the Florida State crowd, by the way?
No. Was there like 8 people?
Well, towards the end of the game, to be fair, it was towards the end of the game, and they were getting smoked again.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, it was bad. Somebody did a panoramic of the stadium.
Yeah.
There was maybe 10,000 people there, 15, 20,000 people there. I mean, that's a huge stadium, right? 75,000.
Yeah, it's a big place. Gosh, yeah. Florida State, they're 1-7.
Well, not to distract you, but we have UCLA coach on the line, and he would like to hear you praise his team. He's listening.
They got Iowa coming up. Coach.
Wow, not even going to give him props for.
I'm interested.
2 straight Big Ten road wins when they were buried as the worst program in all of.
I'm interested.
World.
But you don't have my attention yet. You don't. Nebraska's lost 3 in a row.
But
by the way.
They don't need to get your attention. Nobody's saying they're going on to win the championship. Just a little credit.
I don't want to.
God, you're stubborn.
I don't want to.
Did you know they're in Los Angeles?
I heard that. I heard that in the Pac-10 media, or the Big Ten media day. By the way, Nebraska, I mentioned, has lost 3 in a row. Rutgers has lost, I believe, 5 in a row. So
wasn't Rutgers the team that Kirk Herbstreit said had an outside shot at? And this is why we do preseason prognostications, folks.
This is why we do it.
Because we all saw Indiana coming.
I want to give. I'm thinking about giving UCLA
I don't even
credit.
think Signetti did.
I can't bring myself to do it.
You know Signetti's sitting there looking at his assistants going, what the hell?
What are we
number
doing?
8?
Yeah,
Can I also just say Bucky Irving looks awesome in the NFL? I'm watching him play right now, and he looks really good.
Yeah, he wasn't even supposed to go tonight.
Would you say that if you weren't a Duck fan?
No, of course not.
Or would he be just another?
But we're a
running back?
Duck-centric market, and he is on the television right now, and it's a kind of indirect extension of college football.
I thought Bucky Irving was criminally underrated at Oregon, and I was surprised he went as deep as he did in the draft. And I just thought, well, maybe athletically he just can't get it done, but he's been a nice guy there in Tampa.
As of 2 weeks ago, I saw he led the NFL in broken tackle rate.
Yeah, I just with his size and that running style, I hate to do this. He'll be that guy in like 2 years. You'll be like, hey, whatever happened to him? He runs a
little too tough.
A little too tough for his size. But it's fun, dude. When that guy goes, he's a rolling ball of butcher knives. You know who's not a rolling ball of butcher knives?
Bo Nix.
UCLA. Oh, yeah. That came crashing down. Not going to.
Come on, UCLA.
He's the only player in the NFL this season with a rushing, passing, and receiving touchdown.
There's the Duck guy.
Baltimore took them behind the alley and that was a old-fashioned alley whipping.
What's the UCLA's coach's name?
Deshaun Foster.
Deserves credit. And you know what, Deshaun? I'm going to give it to you. My partner is too hard-headed to admit that he was wrong. And you guys are...
What? What are they? What?
Well, they're on a win streak.
Beat 2 of the...
How about that?
And against 2 teams that are on garbage losing streaks?
You have a responsibility to your audience to be more
That's
responsible.
classic Sucanic. You can't...
I will. Beat Iowa.
You will say about another team, like, well, you can only play who you play.
Beat Iowa. Beat Iowa.
They might.
I'm wearing my punch shirt.
Now, see, what this tees up is a classic Sukanic spin job here.
Oh, absolutely.
This tees up Iowa to beat UCLA by 30, and for you to come on here and go, see?
I will.
See?
I will.
No.
I will be wearing my
Iowa
punch sweatshirt on here, giving you the bird.
Iowa may beat UCLA by 30, but the point is that for as much as you piled on my Bruins and Deshaun Foster early in the season, the least you could do is have a little humility and say, you know what? Nice job winning those 2 road games. But you won't even do that. Unbelievable, sports guy.
I will say I want to do it.
I know you do. I can see it in your eyes. But you just can't.
Back-to-back weeks at Rutgers, at Nebraska.
Let's call it.
I want to.
Let's call it growth on your part. Like, you're getting older. You're trying to be a better person.
Yeah.
This would be a great step in the newer, kinder, gentler Big Souk.
I want
Just
to,
say it.
but I can't.
How many wins in their last 4 games would they need to give you something?
Now he won't ever say it. See, this is another thing I know about Souk is that if
Once
he's
the
not
heels are
gonna,
dug in.
yeah, he's not. He's not coming out of it.
One more win, which, by the way, would give them 4 on the year. If they get to 4 wins, I will give some flowers.
Who else do they have? Do they have other wins on that?
Not flowers. I will give flower to that sorry-ass program at UCLA that should just be wiped off the face of the map. That whole program sucks. Everything about it other than they have kick-ass uniforms.
They might not have a win left.
No, Iowa, Washington, SC, and Fresno State. Maybe they'll beat Fresno State.
Yeah, they'll beat USC. USC can't beat you and me.
Everything about the UCLA program sucks, minus the unis.
Man, that's rough. Nice couple wins, Bruins. At least I'm fair.
Probably
coming
true.
Coming up next, we did you see the big fight over the weekend?
The big fight
in college football?
Between the police.
Yeah, it was cops and fans.
Boy, that escalated quickly.
Good grief!
I was using handcuffs as brass knuckles.
We'll be right back on the Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Well, you made it to another college basketball season, guys. They're going to kick it off tonight, tip it off. Yeah. Oregon, UC Riverside, I think.
And I know some people are tuning into that big Gonzaga-Baylor game. Not this guy. No, on the way home.
Souk wants to see the Highlanders of UC Riverside.
Not the Highlanders?
That's right.
Oh, yeah, that's what I want to see. Kidding me? Toss out the records with these two
This
teams.
is Dana Altman's year. Undefeated.
Against the Highlanders.
The football team and the basketball
National
team
champions.
will never lose.
Florida did that, didn't it?
Sure. Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Seahawks football is on the Fan.
Walker's going to run it again. JSN throws a block. Walker turns upfield. He dives in.
Fan.
Yeah, the Florida-Georgia game ended up,
Hey, Florida had him there for a little bit. It was like, oh my gosh.
Well, it was one of those games where I'm not that interested in it until it makes me interested.
Yeah, and Carson Beck apparently can make anything interesting.
It was tied with like 4 minutes left.
He's just a turnover machine.
And I certainly did have to turn over there and watch that. Yeah. But Georgia put him away, as Georgia does. Yeah. But the story of that game was that the cops, the Jacksonville police, and fans were going at it in a brouhaha.
Yeah, and not like a normal, like, you see cops that get into it with people and they're arresting them. Dude, if I told you that this looked like some sort of amateur security guard thing. Dude, they were throwing haymakers.
Yeah, it wasn't like they just used like physicality to like stop whatever was going on. It just kept going.
Oh, and one of the guys was just this old, frail Florida fan.
Yeah. And the one of the cops literally took his police cuffs and he was using them as brass knuckles. Was punching that dude. Dude, it was crazy.
It's wild out there.
Other dude was wielding the stick. He was going over the top with that.
Dude, I'll tell you what, man, Florida. It's
there was another video.
It's unhinged.
If you saw, but there was another video, and I'm pretty sure it was at the same game in Jacksonville. Some guy was sitting way up in the stands. Did you see this one where this girlfriend was standing next to him? There wasn't anybody really around him, but he was refusing to go with the cops.
Oh, I did see. That's the same game?
Same game. I think so, yeah.
Oh, because I saw that clip, but I see these things come across my Twitter, and it never really gives me any details. It's just like, oh, this happened this weekend, and I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah, and they beat the crap out of him.
Yeah, they beat the hell out of him, too.
Tased him 8 times.
That's the way this is going down, huh?
In Jacksonville.
Well, I mean, I guess it's one of those things if they do tell you that you're getting kicked out and you're like, no, I won't go. I mean,
I saw a fan from the game kept the little taser cords as a souvenir.
Yeah,
he like posted them on social media.
Yeah,
He's
the
like,
one guy that got tased, he like reached, he like grabbed him out of his chest and like ripped him off and was like, ah. I am fascinated. Now, I've never fought the officers of the law. I did get hit with one of those belly clubs. Is that what they have? Billy clubs in the back of the legs? Hurt quite badly. But I did not.
I love that you got billy clubbed in the back of the leg.
Oh gosh, I went down like a ton of bricks. So I didn't realize there was a cop that was telling me to stop. I just thought it was someone yelling at me.
Did he say that when he hit you?
It was a gal, actually.
Even better.
Yeah.
Did she go apaya?
Ah!
Whamya!
It really hurts right in the back of the hammies. You go down. It's like yikes. Hey, give me in the back or something. But I'm always fascinated. So like once I realized it was a cop, it's not like I turned around and was like, we're gonna fight you. It's like, oh crap, it's a cop. You get cuffed and there you go. What do these people think is the end game when the cop's like, dude, you're under arrest, and the person's like, no, I'm not. Like, well, yeah, you're under arrest.
It's gonna end badly.
Like, you're not arresting me today. Yeah, you're getting arrested. It's just a matter of, are you getting tased? Are you getting shot? Are you getting pepper sprayed? I mean, I understand that you don't want to be arrested. I can assure you, I didn't want to get hit with that club, nor did I want handcuffs. But it's really not up to you. Even if the cop is in the wrong, it's still not going to end well for you. I'm fascinated by those people that take that stance of it's not
Perhaps it's the same stubborn people who won't give UCLA a modicum of credit for winning 2 great Big Ten road games.
Maybe that's what it is. It's like there's something deep inside of them that can't. They want to. They want to put their hands up and say, I'm sorry, officer, or way to go, Deshaun Foster, and they just can't bring myself to do it.
And that is our sports show. It's over. Thank you. We didn't even get to the NFL today.
No.
How about that? Sometimes we do that, though. What?
My Ravens?
Our Ravens.
Our Ravens.
Thank you. But
look at my Bucks being plucky here.
Our Bucks, yeah.
They're about to have their hearts ripped out, though, because that's what Kansas City does.
Andy Reid off the bye. Don't mess with him.
So
there's so much bad ball right now in the NFL, though.
Yeah, the NFL. Which is tougher to watch, the NFL or the Big Ten?
Big Ten, but the NFL has its moments. I watched some of that Colts game.
Dude, that game, I want a refund.
The Colts?
Yes.
Yeah.
That was unbelievable.
It's not good. It's not good. Sam Darnold and Joe Flacco are like, I don't want this game. You take it. And they're like, nah, you take it.
That was the dumbest game of all time.
Somewhere Anthony Richardson sitting on the bench being like, I got sat down for that.
Did you see what he was doing at halftime of that game?
No. He was yawning.
No, he was standing out in front of the tunnel. He was the last guy off the field in the first half, giving everybody a high five. Somebody's gotten in his ear and told him about being a leader.
I guess he's always Mr. Positivity. He sucks at quarterbacking.
He's a man of increase.
He is a man
Trying
of
to be.
increase. Is that when he's on the field?
All right.
Being a man of increase?
Let's move on. We'll move on to the club. We'll get to some NFL stuff tomorrow. The club tonight has Peanut the Squirrel and the hot new Christmas trend of 2024.
Who knew squirrels could lead to bomb threats?
But we start with a notable death. Next on The Fan. Hey, what's up? It's Rob sticking around for the Nash, where November, I thought the October deal was good. They have now rolled out an even better deal in November for you, where if you need new windows for your house, you can still get 50% off all window styles. They had that in October, but now, plus they will add 0% interest for 60 months. Folks, I don't know if you guys are any good at math. That's 5 years. 5 years, no payments, no interest until you have to start paying on that thing. And by the way, if you need however many windows you need, you get 50% off all the window styles. So it being November, the weather is changing. Winter is coming. Windows bought today, you can have them installed before the middle of winter. And as it's getting colder, your heating bills are on the rise. So your house's old and damaged windows are going to let all that heat and your money go right out the window. So they can install in a day or less. All of their windows come with a lifetime warranty. You get half off and you don't have to pay a dime for 5 years. What better deal will you ever find on Windows? And these guys are the experts. They have a 96% customer satisfaction rating. So give them a call at 866-90-NATION. Again, it's Window Nation. 866-90-NATION is the phone number. Or you can log on to their website, windownation.com, to schedule a free, no obligation quote. Please tell me you heard it from your window daddy. Isachi.
Need inspiration? Shop Fred Meyer for thousands of appetizing ingredients that inspire countless mouth-watering meals with savings beyond low prices, like digital coupons worth over $600 each week.
Hondo P.
You ever send the 100 emoji?
No, I try
you're
not.
hip with the kids?
I try not to say. That can't be it?
Yeah, that's what I do.
Are the kids still doing it? I feel
I
I
doubt
feel like by the time I figure out that this is what's like popular, it's already over, and so
You know what the new one is? I was reading about today. Chat. They say, is that okay with you, chat?
Huh? What?
Yeah, like it's a slang term, like the youngs, the kids.
That's okay
Chat.
with you, chat?
Well, are you going over there, chat? Is that okay with you, chat?
Like you're calling the person chat? Like they're Chad?
Yeah, they're
Or
referencing
chat?
them as chat.
Chat.
Slate did a whole thing on it, and it kind of lost me midway through, but they were saying that it has to do with like Twitch and people who are on those platforms where
From the streamer lexicon?
there's a bunch of people watching, and so you ask them, hey, chat. Everybody that's in the chat, you ask them, hey, chat, what do you think of this? Should I do this move or
Yeah,
whatever?
It's how Twitch streamers address their audience.
Yeah.
The live.
So it's like a hey everybody?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like, hey, chat. Like,
The live-
hey,
yeah.
fam.
Yeah,
Hey
there's
group.
whatever
Oh, okay,
live
okay,
chat.
okay.
Does that
Likening
make
it to fam, that makes a little more sense now. Okay.
Does that make sense?
But you wouldn't say that if it was just one person, right?
I think they do.
They
I think
do
these
anyways?
kids, they're crazy out there.
Sometimes there's just one person in the chat.
yeah,
right.
they're addressing a fake chat as if they're a Twitch streamer.
Yeah, that's what we need to do is pretend that our real life is fake.
I don't know. Look, this is all I gotta say about that. Like, I had this conversation the other day with my kids. They were talking about fashion, and they were like, "When you see the way kids dress, do you think it looks cool?" I said, "No, I think you look like an idiot." But I'm also smart enough to know that when I was a kid, old people looked at us and said, "You're an idiot." So it's not that they look stupid. They may look dumb to me, but I'm a 46-year-old guy. That's not who you're trying to look cool for. And so it's the same thing with chat. You can think that that's ridiculous, but if you think back to all the dumb crap you said when you were 18, it was just as dumb. It's just that you go from the one being hip and in the know to the old one. So you can't be too judgmental about it because it's all universally stupid.
Well, how about just not be judgmental? How about that?
Yeah, just let it go.
Just let people do what they want.
Yeah.
Wear what they want. Say what they want.
Exactly.
Express themselves how they want.
Yeah.
How about that?
Chat. Wait, I think I used that wrong.
How about that, chat?
How about that, chat? I mean, think about it. Has there ever been a generation that looked at young people and were like, well, they really have it together? No, it's never happened.
You know what? I like the way they're putting things together. I think that looks good. It's a classic look. No,
Yeah.
never.
Like we always like the greatest generation, but I guarantee that when the generation before that one saw them when they were 16, 17, 18, they thought they were dumb too. Every old person thinks that the next generation or the generation coming behind them is worse than they were.
I don't think that.
You think the kids coming up
Yeah,
today?
I think they're great. And look, it's not that they don't have problems or they aren't annoying because they're young and inexperienced in life. But I think generally speaking, they're more inclusive. They're more thoughtful. I think they're, I just think back to when I was a kid. Oh man, dude, it's like cringy. And there's still some of that, but I don't know. I feel like we're evolving. I'm okay with the youngs. Maybe it's just the youngs that I'm around.
Yeah.
But I've always been quite impressed with how smart they are. And
See, I can't say that I am, but I just think it's a cyclical thing that it just is always going to be. You will never, the older you get to a certain extent, you are always going to be, I can't say everybody, but like you'll be more worldly, you're going to be more knowledgeable just because you've been around longer. That's the old Groundhog Bill Murray thing where if you've ever watched Groundhog Day, Bill Murray goes, maybe I am God. And God isn't all powerful. He's just been around forever, so he knows everything. If you're 40 and you've lived any sort of life, chances are you just are going to know more than a 20-year-old. There'll be some areas where, again, the 20-year-old may be more enlightened and more involved as society goes, and some of that may be good, some of that may be bad. So I just think it's a cyclical thing, that I just think every generation probably stacks on the next one, and in some ways, like you said, they're better. You're right. I think that we're more inclusive. I think that it's a better and from a social standpoint when it comes to that stuff. But I look at some things that the kids have, and I just shake my head, and I'm like, man, there's a rough time ahead for them when they.
Well, they're not very tough.
Exactly.
They're
soft.
Well, you could call them soft. I would say they have a lot of anxiety
Yes.
because of. Well, it's just again, every generation grows up with different factors that make them the way that they are.
Yeah. Yeah.
And of course, it's all in the eye of the beholder because us, especially certainly the boomers, are like, like say the greatest generation. They look at that and go, "Pull yourself up."
What do you have to be anxious about? You got the whole world.
Let me tell you about my child. Well, it's just different. It's just different.
Oh yeah.
And so you can't. It's like apples to oranges. But I don't know. I'm always fairly optimistic about the youth. Not all of the youth, but generally speaking. And there is our Quincy Jones eulogy.
Hey, and by the way, the man made Thriller. My God.
He is greatness.
Yes.
Dead at the age of 91.
That he is about as influential in the music industry as any person that ever lived. You look through the people he worked with. I mean, from Ray Charles to Michael Jackson, he put "We Are the World" together. I mean, there is no doubting the impact and the greatness of Quincy Jones.
All right. Well,
someone said I just turned 40 for Halloween. I dressed as high school me. Earrings, backwards hat, puka shell necklace, hemp bracelet, flip phone.
I think Swag went as high school swag for Halloween. He was wearing like a Letterman jacket and like Argyle sweater vest or something like that.
Well, I think that's just the way he dresses now.
Argyle. He's King Argyle.
Yeah.
I could see him in.
Well, that's one of those
Argyle
timeless
undies.
fashion trends.
I always used to like Argyle.
Yeah. I had a puka shell necklace.
Is Argyle
So
still
did I.
in?
I don't know.
Like, can you wear Argyle now?
I
or
think
is
some
it...
people can.
Yeah.
You know.
I think so.
I had a leather jacket for a while. Let me tell you how awful that was. I wanted an 8-ball leather jacket, and my mom wouldn't buy it for me, and it pissed me off. I'm looking back on that now and being like,
Show the pool sharks who's who.
For like 2 straight years, all I wanted in this world was a freaking 8-ball leather jacket, if you want to know how dumb I was, and a shocking amount of Bugle Boy in my closet. Thought it was like a fat white AC Slater. A lot of buckles on those pants.
So we need to talk about Peanut the Squirrel. Rest in peace.
Rest in peace.
And the hot new Christmas trend of 2024 coming up on The Fan.
The home of
But as is our job, when it's in the headlines, you know,
Yeah, we got to talk about
we
it.
owe it to our listeners to understand what's going on and see if we need to bring it to the show.
Mm-hmm.
So I've done a small amount of research on this. Here's what I think happened. I think we had a couple who are both hot who had a pet squirrel named Peanut.
Yes, amongst
And-
a lot of others.
And I think they had a pet raccoon.
They had a bunch. They have a.
Are they in California, maybe?
I think it's New York, if I'm
New
not
York.
mistaken. They're in upstate New York, and
Oh, that's right.
they have a bunch of wild animals at their place, and they kind of keep them as some pets, some not, and they have like a little mini Tiger King horse crab sanctuary for small animals, and then they post it online.
Yeah. They're on social
they're
media.
viral. Yes.
Yeah. And so the state of New York had to swoop in because apparently maybe did they post something that Peanut the squirrel bit somebody or something?
Well, he's been bit.
And
Yeah.
they swooped in and they euthanized Peanut the squirrel.
And I thought that they owned him illegally. That
They
weren't
did.
sup-
Well, you're not
Yeah.
allowed to own a squirrel,
Right.
and you're not allowed to own a raccoon. And they're saying that they don't own Peanut the squirrel or the raccoon. They just hang out at their place, and they said they weren't hiding them because obviously they post about him to thousands of followers. But somehow someone tipped them off that the squirrel had bitten some people and the raccoon may have bitten someone once. And so New York came in, they raided them, like full on raided the house. And it was a big thing because they were like, they weren't allowed to, it was a surprise raid, so they couldn't hide Peanut the squirrel. So they made them like sit outside, like in the police squad cars and everything while they went in. Well, they found the squirrel, they found the raccoon, and they took them back. And in order to test them for rabies,
they put him down.
They put him down. And so
And the world's up in arms.
The world's up in arms to the point where the agency that's in charge of this in New York had to shut down because there's bomb threats.
Well, and also I've seen that Peanut has been widely politicized. Now, like Elon Musk is making AI Peanut things, saying like Trump would never let this happen, stuff like that.
Yes. So yeah, so the Chemung County Health Department is now they shut the office down. Everyone's working from home because of Peanut the squirrel and Fred the raccoon. And like, by the way,
gone too soon.
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen any of the photos of Peanut the squirrel. He's adorable.
Yeah,
They
he
dress-
looks like a squirrel.
They dress him up in a little cowboy hat, and
Yeah, and so apparently now the thing is that the guy, the head dude of the household, was doing porn with his wife on OnlyFans or something.
So they are both they're both good looking.
I
So
had not heard this part of
As
the story.
we layer the story here,
So he
while
is
Peanut sits in the background.
So he is claiming that their OnlyFans is completely separate from Peanut and Fred the raccoon because now they're like, well, you got kids that visit your page, they love the squirrels. Meanwhile, you're doing porn. He's like, hey.
Those are separate entities.
Those are separate entities. So yes.
So that's true then?
They dabble in OnlyFans and then they dabble in some wildlife stuff.
All right. So how do we feel about this? Is this
I don't know.
I feel like there's not much teeth to this story, but
I also saw they were interviewing the owner
Yeah,
guy.
yeah.
And
He's making the rounds.
He broke down because he found an almond in his back pocket, and that was Peanut's favorite snack.
come on.
Yeah.
What in the hell?
I don't know.
It seems a little performative.
It's just, it's good. This is from the owner, a direct quote. I'm not using tragedy to promote porn. No kids involved either.
Oh, thanks. Thanks for adding that part of it.
Glad we cleared that up.
Jesus.
He just wants people to know that he's not drumming up because obviously he's been in the news. And so people are saying that he's using this to promote his
He
porn.
is. This guy loves every bit of this. And believe me, he sacrificed a squirrel to make it happen.
Well, this all stemmed from, I guess, I don't remember. Again, I'm familiar with this, but I don't know all the exact details. So he was given an interview because this has become like a national story. And someone was like, why did they come? And he goes, well, I think it's because of my OnlyFans. So he threw out the, by the way, in case anyone was wondering, I do have an OnlyFans with my hot wife. And I think that's probably why it got rated, and here's where you can find it.
He's not dumb.
No.
Well,
he's
he
dumb.
might be a little dumb.
But he knows how to market. Hey, this is his chance.
So yes, you are not allowed to harbor squirrels and raccoons in the great state of New York.
Yeah.
You can't fornicate in front of them either.
Yes. So he claims that he believes that someone ratted him out because they did not like that he was shooting pornos with his wife, and separately babysitting some of their neighbors' kids. So, you know.
All right. Well,
I will say it's a little weird if you are babysitting kids and then in the house you're also shooting porno. And he's like, what? Those are two separate things.
Well, I mean, babysitters have sex. They don't all just put it on camera and on the internet, though. That's the difference, I guess.
They are hot, though. So.
Yeah, they're a good-looking couple.
Yeah, they're a good-looking couple. And so was Peanut. The poor bastard. Peanut didn't do anything wrong.
Rest in peace. Well, wait, are they saying that Peanut had rabies?
No. Neither one of them had rabies. But because they
bit someone and they were in captivity.
In captivity.
You can't release them back into the wild.
Yes.
Otherwise, they would be a menace to society.
Yes.
Go
And he's
around
claiming
killing people.
that he had been bit multiple times by Peanut and he had never contracted rabies, so he didn't see the need to do the rabies testing.
This guy's a bozo.
Probably. But, at the same time, he's probably doing all right for himself, raising squirrels and having sex with his hot wife and getting paid for it.
Well, look, this is what it's about these days, is you just pray for, some people, just pray for that moment where they are being talked about.
Yes.
And they do everything they can to capitalize on that moment.
Oh, 100%. The best thing that ever happened to this guy is Peanut the squirrel.
And he knows it.
Yes.
And that's why he's getting his OnlyFans out there. He's going to pump that up, make some money, go land on a beach. All because of a stupid squirrel.
I just love that at any given time now, it's like, the only reason this is happening is my OnlyFans, and if anyone wants to see it, go
because
there.
they're often coming to people's houses because they have OnlyFans accounts. They don't care.
No.
Especially the animal people.
No. Although this kind of breaks my heart because, if I get a raccoon, which would be illegal, now they could come and imagine if I had Fred the raccoon and like the state showed up to take it away, it would crush me.
Yeah, it would. And this story would be exactly the same with you in it.
And you're like, but this has nothing to do with my OnlyFans with the BTJ. Nothing.
This is exactly what would happen. This guy is you, only New York.
Yeah, he's way better looking than me, too.
He's that, no offense. He's a pretty handsome dude.
I know.
But look, make no mistake, this happens in Vancouver.
He's kind of got a Tony Reale thing going on.
Not only are you playing victim and you're playing that up,
100%.
you're promoting that OnlyFans with the BTJ.
How much money can be made on that? Interesting.
Well, I've got the latest Christmas trend for 2024.
Yeah, I want to.
It's a consumer trend.
Is it gifts?
Well, it's something that has popped this year.
Mm-hmm.
People are buying this, and yes, they are saying that it is going to be a major holiday gift. Although they're very expensive, this is not something that you just put under the tree. But
I love when this happens. You know what's expensive? This brand new BMW or Mercedes, or I hear Bentleys are really nice this year. So if you have the means, go ahead and pick yourself up one of those.
Well, it's I'll tell you about it when we come back. It's a thing. And I didn't know it until I read this story. But of course, that's me. I'm an old man. So we'll get to that next. Here's Buck.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan in college football news, ESPN's Pete Thamel reports that Oregon receiver Tez Johnson is not expected to have a season-ending injury, and it will not require surgery. Johnson hurt his shoulder early in the game against Michigan. Number 1 Oregon gets Maryland at Autzen Stadium this Saturday with a 4 p.m. kickoff time. Week 9 in the NFL wrapping up tonight with the Chiefs hosting the Buccaneers on Monday Night Football. It's 10-7 Kansas City at the half. Receiver DeAndre Hopkins with 6 catches for 66 yards and a touchdown in his Chiefs debut so far. Down in New Orleans, Dennis Allen's been fired from his position as the Saints head coach after losing 7 in a row. The Raiders fire offensive coordinator Luke Getsy as well as the Las Vegas O-line and quarterbacks coaches. 49ers running back Christian McCaffrey is back at practice and expected to make his season debut this weekend. And reports out of Dallas indicate that quarterback Dak Prescott will miss multiple weeks with a hamstring injury, but CeeDee Lamb is not expected to miss any time with an AC joint sprain. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
The Fan is live on YouTube and Twitch, and now Window Nation.
Saban's been going bald for years. Like,
yeah, but I'm talking about coloring what hair
Yeah.
he has left.
well, yeah, because my guess is there's something to that tries to give it a more full appearance. I'm surprised Saban hasn't just done the hair restoration, because he'd be. Yeah, you're right, because the top half is
black, or is it more orange?
It's orangey. Yeah,
and then
there's
the bottom is black.
yeah, there's definitely highlights. He's doing like a Polly Walnuts reverse thing.
Yeah, it's
happening.
like two different
colors.
colors.
It's two different shades.
Black, please. Thank you.
Boy, yeah, it's he's starting to look like Vince McMahon a little bit. Well, yeah, you weren't lying. And you know what? Come to think of it now, I think he may have done the hair restoration.
Boomer?
No, Saban. I'm looking at the hairline. I think we're making a comeback here for Sabes. The Berman thing, I'm kind of at a loss. I mean, his hair has always been bad, but
it kind of looks like this. Chris Berman now looks as if, like, because most of us haven't seen him forever.
Yeah.
He looks exactly like you would think he would look after having 3 years not done television, let himself go, and then they just like slap a suit on him and say, "Hurry, you're doing the 2-minute drill."
Go.
That's kind of what he looks like.
I don't know.
Like
if
he
this-
was rushed up there off of his couch.
I don't know if this is gonna make sense, but you know, sometimes you see like an old wrestler or like a bodybuilder, and you see them when all the roids are out of their body and they're just old and broken. He looks like if He-Man was just done. Like if He-Man had been defeated for like the last 40 years and just let himself fatten out. Like that's what it looks like to me. It's just like He-Man's going bald, and it's that weird color orange yellow, and he's just got man boobs now, and that is
He's always had that.
That is a rough look. He's fatter than ever.
So here is the Christmas trend that I was teasing.
I can't believe you pointed that out. That's all I'm going to be
You can't
thinking
believe
about
that?
now. No. I wasn't
It's
prepared.
my duty.
I wasn't prepared for what Chris Berman was bringing.
Well, they are saying this year 38.1 million of these have been sold, which is a tenfold increase from the same period last year.
Okay.
January through September. This is a consumer product. It is in the electronics category, and I will let you guess what it is. It is the new trend for Christmas.
So it's electronics.
Yeah. Now, it only accounts for 1.7% of revenue from all sales in this category, which is interesting. But they sold 38 million of them already, and it's a thing come Christmas time.
But it's...
And I have not heard of this trend until I read this story, so maybe you're not up on this either, since we're both old men.
No, I'm kind of confused because you said it only accounts for a very, very small portion in this category.
Because not everybody can afford it. So this is something that is expensive. But do you want another hint?
Yeah, I'm one more. I'm drawing a blank.
I feel like I'm going down like an Apple Watch route and
'Cause
thinking
it's
that
not
like it's to be a small percentage of the watch industry, but now it's maybe
I was gonna say that's
more
too
accessible. But
mainstream.
I agree. I don't know.
Is it like the glasses?
No, it is.
Ooh, is it like a VR headset thing?
No. It is TVs with a width of at least 97 inches.
Oh,
Everyone going massive. The wall TVs.
Giant TVs are the new thing.
Yeah. It is that I have noticed. I guess
You have?
Well,
I haven't even seen those in stores or anything.
I guess 97 is a
That
lot,
is
but
so big.
I got two friends of mine that I'd say in the last year have upgraded, and I want to say theirs are in the 80s.
Yeah.
And they are massive. I mean, to the point when I go home, I feel inadequate about my TV. They are just massive.
Yeah, they're saying
massive
that
sets.
These so forget the 65-inch television. That used to be like, whoa, that's huge, right?
And I think that's what I have. I have a 60 or a 65, somewhere in that range.
Manufacturers and retailers are rolling out XXL screens measuring more than 8 feet across. That's wider than a standard 3-seat sofa or a king-size bed.
Yeah, my buddy did. They redid their cabinets to fit because he had like built-ins, and they redid it because the obviously it couldn't fit one of these massive TVs.
So at Best Buy, they have rearranged their assortment of TVs and doubled the number that they have. Yeah. They say that they have 19 different models, and they range in price from $2,000 to $25,000.
Yeah, I'm looking here. So I went to Best Buy, and they do have a category that's 85-inch or larger.
Yeah, the average price for TVs spanning at least 97 inches is $3,113 this year. But last year, those same TVs cost $6,662 on average. Therefore, this year, they've become a trend.
Yeah, I can see that. Like, you can get, they got there's a Samsung here, and it's not like their best, but it's a 4K Samsung, 85 inches for $999.
That's crazy.
Yeah, $1,000.
So Samsung is in this article. They said that they put out a 98-inch TV in 2019. They were the first to the market with it, and it cost $99,000.
Yeah, and now look at it. Right?
Do you know how much it costs now?
I don't know. $5,000?
$4,000.
$4,000. Yeah.
In 5 years, it has gone down $95,000 in price. That's unbelievable.
That's ridiculous. Well, I mean, this is like anything else, man, right? Like, I mean, stuff comes out and it's super expensive, and then just give it a little bit of time and down it goes. Oh my gosh, they have one. So I'm on Best Buy, and I do not believe I'm reading this wrong. They have a Samsung 114-inch micro LED smart TV. You want to take a guess?
How many inches you said?
It is 114 inches.
That's what she said.
This is
114.
This is the biggest one that Best Buy has.
I mean, it's going to be $20,000.
Guess again.
$50,000.
Guess again.
$80,000.
Guess again.
$125,000.
Guess again.
$8 million.
149. 149,000. Actually, 149,999.99.
Well,
150 G's.
Okay, so this is one of those consumer things that makes no sense to me. It's like when you have if I can buy one. What did I say? The Samsung one was 98.
98.
And it's $4,000. Why is that one that's 114?
Because it's a micro.
150,000. Like, that makes no sense.
Yeah, it's odd from a supply demand
just
and marginal
scale.
standpoint.
Yeah, like it's that. What am I missing? Why is it so much more expensive?
Theater-like immersive experience.
Okay, but so I can get that with the 98.
Perfect for family rooms. I don't know. I don't know what it's got to be something about the picture quality, right? Like, I don't know. Either that or it's
to me, it's all relative.
Either that or it's just something that rich people, like, you want to say that you have a $150,000 TV? So the 114 is 150. You can get the 101 for 129. But if you're doing 129, why not just do 150?
Well, that's the new trend.
Here you go. Just go to the 97-inch LG, and that's going to run you $22,000. And by the way, that's going to save you $3,000. It's on sale.
You know, another thing I read in here is what people are doing, rich people, I would imagine, or have people that have space. What they're doing is they're no longer outfitting their homes with art.
Yeah, just doing the big TV.
They're doing the TVs and putting art on them.
Yeah.
And then it rotates the art through the screen.
My buddy, I think he's got like an 80-something, and it's cool when you go into, because he lives he's got kind of a townhome sort of thing with these big high ceilings, and he has the rotating art on there, and it's such a good-looking TV. It looks kick-ass, and it just constantly rotates through them. It's beautiful. And it doesn't stick out. It's kind of built like into the wall, kind of. Yeah. I mean, it's sharp.
Yeah, they can look pretty sweet if they're hung correctly and pretty sleek. That said, something I will not be buying for Christmas in 2024.
What would you? I mean, no. Because like what I want to know is, so it looks like the reasonable ones. I mean, reasonable.
That's as big as my living room, dude.
I know. I'm just saying, like, there's a 98. Like, you can buy a 98-inch TV for like $4,000 to $5,000. But what I'm intrigued is like, what's the difference between that and the ones that are like now $1,500 on here? Like, there's such a wide range.
Well, that's what I was just saying.
Yeah, I know. It's like
I don't really understand.
Is it just a scarcity thing? They haven't made as many of the bigger ones yet, so they can charge more for them?
Well, again, but like these are all relative. Like the different. There's a 98 one, and there's a 98 one for $5,000, and there's a 98 one for $1,600. So again, that just goes back to picture quality and all that. But it's big old price.
I know this. Bimart And I will be there tomorrow with my father-in-law. 65-inch on sale for $369 right now.
Yeah. They're cheap. I'm so, like, I feel mine is, like, so obsolete. I have one of the curved ones. I remember when I bought that thing, and it was like, remember that was all the range, or the rage, because it was like a...
Yeah,
like
I heard it was, but I didn't really get why. Like, I don't...
Because it was like a movie.
Well,
like
and it was supposed to be like if you're watching it from different
Yeah.
angles in the room, it doesn't get weird aspect ratio or something.
Dude, you buy a TV, and then, like, a year later, you're like, dude, this TV sucks. You see someone else's, and you're like, it's way better. I will say, when you see one of those really nice big TVs, you will feel inadequate about your TV. I'm not going to lie. I go home, and my TV kind of pisses me off sometimes.
Yeah, I don't really care about the TVs. We have one in our bedroom that's got, like, you know, when the bulbs go out and they just got, like, bright spots on your TV?
We've got like a fading
There's like
strip
8 of
on
them.
one of ours,
Yeah.
and the one downstairs. I hate it.
We got our
Eh,
TV finally
it's
gave
fine.
up the ghost in the bedroom, and we got rid of it, and it's been like 8 months. We haven't replaced it. We kind of...
You don't need it.
No, we go no TV in the
We're no
bedroom.
TV in the bedroom
Yeah,
also.
just do it.
What, yeah, just watch it on your phone. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I mean, no, do it with your wife. I
Oh.
don't think I would do it with my wife. That doesn't seem like why.
I'm
Well,
not
that's why
married.
we have a
Point.
TV.
I'm not married, so I can't do it.
You can do it. Do it with your wife. No TV in the bedroom makes for hot nights with the wifey. Because what else are you going to do? What do you read?
Scroll on your phone and then turn away from each other? Yeah. Don't tell her that.
Who?
Oh, somebody. Oh. So they bought a 75-incher at Costco for $650 last year. $150,000. It's ridiculous. Going to video only.
Is that still a thing, video only?
Yeah, I think so. They tell you if you don't look there, you'll be sorry. Oh, buy Mart. Oh.
All right. I don't know. We'll wrap it up next on The Fan.
Check out the Fan Merch Locker. Here's the